Okay, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx, webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentation to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing might do so by watching on YouTube. My name is Isaac Lalouz and I'll be chairing the hearing. With me today on the panel is Mr. Tarodi, Ms. Manning, Mr. Hunt, and Mr. Kidd. City staff assisting us in moderating the platform are Simon Lamb, who is the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Alex New, and Sam Muzayani. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, or phone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled and you will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and participants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect the instructions. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provision of the zoning bylaw, permission to extend or alter legal non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decision may be appealed to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to Ontario Lands Tribunal, OLT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure will be as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When making where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when the 5-minute mark is reached. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or in opposition to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has the chance to address only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Now, for these minutes, of course, are done. For this afternoon session, members or staff, any conflict of interest to declare? No, there is nothing. And now we have the deferral requests. We have a number of deferrals, and we're going to go in the order of listed in the agenda. Okay. Application number 22, which is 353 Brooke Avenue. And here we have the agent, and they're asking for deferral. I want to see if we have any other person here. 22. Here, Evaristo Jardin, are you there?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, could you please state your name and address for us?
No problem. My name is Evaristo Jardin. My address is 67 Les Mill Road, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. You're asking for deferral. Could you please tell us what's the reason for the deferral?
Deferral request is for just because we requested a pre-consultation meeting with the planner to discuss the site plan requirements. We were actually hoping to have it before this meeting, but that didn't happen. But now we have one for December 12th, so our deferral request is for the next available meeting.
Okay, so this is to decide. I mean, to consult the you said the construction.
To consult with the planner for a pre-consultation meeting. Yes,
okay.
correct.
Okay, to consult with the planning. Okay, now we have here 1, 2, 3 more people to speak. We're going to let them know what's happening. Daniel Manes, are you there? Daniel Manes. Is he online?
Hi there. Yes.
Yeah,
Danielle.
Okay, hi Daniel.
Can you hear me?
Daniel.
Hi.
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Yes, I'm Danielle Manis. My address is 351 Brooke Avenue.
Okay. Now, do you heard what's happening? The agent is asking for a deferral, meaning if we decide to defer, we're not going to discuss it today. So you'll be advised when the thing comes back. You're okay?
I suppose it is okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
When is the next expected meeting?
Yeah, well, you came here. We have to talk to you, right? Thank you. The next
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you. The next one is Dinnick Mamuliti. Are you there? Dinnick Mamuliti.
Dinnick, you're unmuted.
Okay, we'll go to the next one. How about David Goldman? Are you there? David Goldman.
Here.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for us?
David Goldman, 156 Falkirk Street.
Thank you. You heard what's happening. The agent is asking for a deferral, and meaning we're not going to discuss it today. You will be advised when it comes back again, okay?
That's fine.
Thank you. Thanks. Now, the next one, the one who didn't show up is Dinnick Mamuliti. Do you know if he's online?
Hello?
Hi. Yeah, is that Dominic?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I had problems with my mic.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for the records here?
Dominic Mamalidi, 155 Falkirk Street.
Very good. Okay, so you heard what's happening. The agent is asking for deferral. If the committee decides to defer it, meaning we're not going to discuss it today. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Thank you. Okay, so we go to the members. Members, we have a request for deferral. Any question? No? So can I have a motion, please? Ms. Ataruddin?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer this application, sine die, so that the applicant have enough time to meet with the city staff and all the neighbors.
And planning. Okay. Second? Ms. Manning, all in favor? All of, okay. Unanimous. Okay, sir, your application is deferred sine die for you to discuss with planning and staff.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. The next one for deferral, let me finish this one here. The next one for deferral is application number 30, which is 32 HOTSPUR Road, application number 30. And here we have number 30. Who do we have here? We have Giorgio Frasca. Are you there? Giorgio Frasca?
Giorgio, you're unmuted.
Okay, could you please? Oh,
Yeah, my name is Giorgio Frasca from 2781 Highway 7.
thank you. Could you tell us why you're asking for the deferral?
We were requesting it as we got a letter from transportation uploaded on the city portal asking us to submit some additional information.
Okay.
One of which is,
Yeah, that's
yes.
enough. That's enough for us for this thing. So for you to discuss with transportation and to satisfy the request. So,
Correct.
members, do you have any question? There's no other speaker, just the agent, just the applicant, and he has to meet with transportation. Can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion to defer the application to allow the applicant to meet with transportation and defer this sine die.
Sine die. Thank you. Second, Mr. Kate seconding. Sorry, Mr. Hunt seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous so far. Okay. Sir, your application is deferred sine die for you to discuss with transportation.
Thank you.
To read. The next one is 202 DINNICK Crescent. 202 DINNICK Crescent, application number 34. And here we have 34. Mr. Dimitri Bazios, are you there?
My name is Dimitri Bazios, I'm the agent, applicant, 90 Jordan Ray Boulevard, Newmarket.
Okay, thank you. Could you tell us the reason why you're asking for deferral?
Yes, we saw all the opposition to our design, and we have to go back and redesign to make it more into with the neighborhood characteristics. So we have to redesign.
That's okay. To redesign to satisfy neighbors and to meet the neighborhood. Now,
yes.
Lots Fulgaraf, are you there? Mr. Fulgraf, are you there? Is he online?
Lots, you're unmuted.
Oh, Is
Yeah,
that Mr.
can you hear me?
Yeah, is that Mr. Flograf?
Yeah, sorry, we're in Montana, but I have no problems with the deferral.
Thank you. That's fast. How about Jacqueline and Eugene Siklos? Are you there? Jacqueline?
I do not see Jacqueline or nor Eugene on the call.
They're not, huh?
No.
Okay. Douglas Floyd, are you there? Douglas Floyd.
Douglas, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Floyd, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to him. Okay. Next one is Robert Hall. Are you there? Robert Hall.
Robert, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Robert
Is that
Hall?
Mr. Hall?
It is.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, Robert Hall, 186 Dinnick Crescent, Toronto.
Thank you. So you know what's happening here? What the agent is asking?
Yes, and I'm in agreement for the deferral.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all we want to know. And next one is Bill Fern. Bill Fern, are you there?
Mr. Chair, I do not see a bill for on the call.
No? Okay. Okay, Bill Fern is not there. How about Jenny Chu? Jenny Chu, are you there?
Here.
Okay, could you please state your name?
Yes, Jenny Chu, 200 Dinnick Crescent.
Thank you. You know what's happening where the agent is asking for deferral. You're okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Okay, so that's all the lists. And members, any question to the agents? They want to defer in order to make changes to the application and to discuss with the neighbors. Can I have a motion there, please? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to defer sine die this item to give the applicant an opportunity to discuss further with the planning department and the neighborhood.
Thank you. Second, Miss Attarodi and Miss Manning at the same time. Can I have one of those? Miss Manning. Okay. Second. All in favor? Thank you. Your application, sir, is unanimously deferred sine die for you to do your discussions. Next is 36, application 36, which is 65 Empress Avenue. Application number 36. And here we have Gobi Mahalingaram. Are you there? Gobi Mahalingaram?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm here.
Can you please state your name and address? And I apologize if I didn't pronounce your name properly.
No, you did a very good job. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Gobi Mahalingam of 65 Empress Avenue. That's Willowdale.
Okay. And what's the reason for asking for deferral?
So we are requesting a deferral on this application so that we could revise the plan to better capture the changes in our needs.
Revise.
The house is being,
That's enough, yeah.
The-
Revise plan and make changes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't have anybody else listed. Can I have a motion here, please? Ms. Manning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, motion to defer this application sine die.
Okay. Okay, Sunny Dai, and for the applicant to revise plans and make changes. Second, you're okay with that? Changes, Mr. Hunt, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, sir, your application is deferred sine die. Good luck.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's 36. Next one is 107 Santa Barbara, which is 37 application. Again, 107 Santa Barbara, and that's 37. And here we have Nicole Parr. Are you there?
Nicole Parr.
Hi, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Nicole Parr. I'm at 22 Blue Forest Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M3H4W2.
Okay.
And I'm requesting a deferral today in order to address some comments made from planning staff. We want to work with them and come to a solution.
Thank you. Thank you to address concerns of the planning. Now we have Albert Liu. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, I do not see an Albert on the call.
No? Okay, so members, we have the request to defer application number 37 for the agent to address comments with planning. So can I have a motion there? Ms. Satarode?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer the application sine die so that the applicant have enough time to talk with the planning and city staff.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Kidd, seconding, all in favor? Thank you. Okay, so sir, your application is deferred sine die for you to make your discussions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the last one is 38, which is 286 Churchill Avenue, and that's Addison Mel Price. Are you there?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon, Chair.
Could you please state your name and address for us?
Addison Milne Price of 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Okay, and the reason for the deferral?
A deferral of this application will allow us to have more time to consult with the neighbors and the counselor that have submitted letters of objection.
Yes. Okay. Consult with neighbors and counselor. Okay. Here we have a few more people to speak. Eli Estelami, are you there? Elahi?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and address?
Elahe Estelami, 343 Horsham Avenue.
Okay, and you heard what's happening? If we defer
Yes.
the application, we will not discuss it today. You're okay with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. The next one is Milka Hassani. Are you there? Milka or Anison?
Hi, sorry.
Hi.
Sorry, hi. This is Allison Hassanin. That's Mika Hassanin is the other name that you have there. That's my husband.
Okay. So you're Allison, and
Hi.
Could you please tell us the reason? I mean, we heard what's happening. The applicant is asking for deferral, and you'll be notified when it's coming back. You're okay?
So the only issue that I have with the deferral is that in the meantime, the applicant is already building the greenhouse. I'm sitting in my office right now and I see it. It's already starting to go up.
This committee is not policing the area. We can't police the area, what they do or they don't do. Whether they come here or they don't, if they go and they build something, it's their responsibility. Here, we look what we have here. They're asking for deferral, and that's what we're doing. So when the deferral comes back, when the application comes back for discussion, all the neighbors who were advised, they will be advised again. So that's all we look. We don't know what they're doing there. Okay?
Okay, so I don't know what to say then. I guess I wouldn't want the deferral, but I mean, I guess you're going to everyone and decide. So.
Well, I know. I note here that you're not in favor of deferral, but we'll have to make a decision. Okay. We'll have to make our decision. Okay. Now the next one. The next one is all it said is Jimmy. I don't know what's Jimmy. Jimmy, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, Jimmy. Could you please state your name?
No, actually, sorry. My name is Ted Avramidis. I just got unmuted for some reason.
Oh, Ted, I didn't have you.
I should be on there.
Was Ted on it?
Mr. Chair, Jimmy and Ted registered under this. I believe they may have registered under the same email.
What's that?
Probably, yeah, we did.
Okay, so could you
I
please
could speak on behalf of Jimmy and myself.
Oh, I see. Just state your name and address, please.
Yes, it's Ted Avramidis at 282 Churchill Avenue.
Okay, and you heard what's happening. The applicant is asking for deferral, and
I did, and
if we defer it, meaning we're not going to discuss it today, people will be notified when it's coming back.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. And Jimmy is actually on the line as well. If you'd like to speak to him as well, he's there.
Jimmy, are you there?
I think he has to be unmuted.
Mr. Chair, I don't see Jimmy's name showing up on the call.
It says Santiago.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
Okay, Mr. Santiago, are you there? Okay, well,
so
you spoke on their behalf, huh?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, he's here. Jimmy, could you please
Can you hear me? Yes.
Please state
Yes, my name is Santiago Dolan, 341 Horsham Avenue.
Okay.
And I'm opposing the deferral because I want this one to be treated. As I said, I know you don't police this one, but it is ridiculous that he can keep building while we wait.
Okay.
So if there is a permit, he shouldn't be allowed to build anything and wait until this is approved.
Okay. All right. So we note your opposition, and here he had for comments for discussing with planning. They want to discuss with planning. I don't know, make changes or what. You know what? Why don't we get the applicant back? Addison Mill Price, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. Could you please tell us exactly? You want to consult with the neighbors and the planning to do what? What kind of changes are you making?
The request for deferral is based on the letter that was submitted by the councillor for this area. Councillor Cheng indicated that she would like to host a meeting to consult with the property owner, as well as all of the neighbors that have submitted letters of objection to hopefully reach a consensus.
Okay, so to consult with the councillor and neighbors. Okay, so the committee has to know the reason why they're deferring it. Okay, members, we have a request to defer the application in order for the applicant to discuss and confer with the councillor and the neighbors. And the councillor, we had the letter for the councillor. So please, do I have a motion to defer? Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
No, excuse me. We're into committee now. There's no more questions.
It's me.
I'm sorry. I thought
That's all right.
I thought the applicant. Go ahead, Ron.
No, I'm just a little concerned about the comments by two of the speakers that there is ongoing construction. Construction has started, which I have to believe hasn't been approved. And if we defer it, then is that construction going to continue, or are they going to stop until the discussion takes place with planning?
I don't believe it's our concern because we're not, as I mentioned, we're not policing. When they come,
No.
when they come with the application here, we don't know. They may have, we have cases where they build the whole house, then they come here. We can't protect it. All we see is what we have in front of us. We have the variances, we have the application, and they're asking for deferral. And what they do,
Okay.
what they do in the field is not our control. It's not that we don't.
Okay.
It's not in our control. So,
Okay, so it's just a question of whether we support or oppose the
the
deferral.
question, we approve or we don't approve the deferral, that's all. So, we have a question to defer the application. Do I have a motion? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer the application sine die so that the applicant have time to discuss further with the city councilor who opposed to the development.
Thank you.
And also the neighbor.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, we have 2 opposed and 2 favor. Okay, so I'll make the decision. I believe that what's happening there, whether they're building or they're not building, is not our concern. They're asking for deferral. They can go and consult with the councilor or whatever. So I support the motion and I'll vote for deferral of the application sine die. Okay, so we'll approve the deferral sine die for the applicant to go to discuss with councilor and neighbors. Sir, your application is deferred as requested.
Thank you. I'll see you later this afternoon.
Oh, you have another one, okay. 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 Okay, application number 23. 22 was deferred. Application 23. Okay, application number 23, which is 80 Bideford Avenue. Application number 23. And here we have is a new dwelling, 4 variances, 3 letters of objection, and we have here Ali Malik Zadeh. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. My name is Ali Malik Zadeh,
okay.
And I am representing this application on behalf of the homeowner.
Okay, we don't have any other speaker except you, but because of the we have here some variances a little bit high. Could you please make a short presentation as to the merit of the application?
For sure. Mr. Chair, if I can ask if they can pull up the drawing on the screen. We have for the variance here. We have 2 under the height under new bylaw and an old bylaw. This application was very well discussed with the staff during the submissions and after submissions. And the height under the new bylaw is also lower than what the staff expecting to have. And if I can have the roof plan shown, and then after that, front elevation. I really appreciate, so I can explain. As you see on the screen right now, the top right, the bottom right corner of the building that's the location of extension of the height, which is like a just quarter of the whole building, the footprint. The rest, they are all complying with the requirement of the height. We have only this quarter that is over the garage that is exceeding of the height, and then the requirement variance is just applying to that quarter. Anyway, under the new bylaw, we are even under 9 meters required, which is within the supporting height from the staff. Under the old bylaw, from 8 meters, the variance is 9.48. And I saw the opposition letter, the 3 neighbors that they are mentioning about the this height is under the old bylaw. And then, as we know, old bylaw is measuring from the crown of the road, which in our case, the crown of the road is almost over 50 centimeters lower than the established grade. So automatically, the natural grading of the lot is pushing this number a little bit higher. And when the neighbors is also mentioned that there is other approval in the area, in actually the same street of the 9.3 meters for the height variance, and then actually that one was under the new bylaw. The 9.3 meters was approved in this area, in that specific street. There is other evidence and precedent in the area that was already also approved by this committee. Number 100 BIDEFORD also approved for the flat roof at the front, which is the much higher than we are asking under the new bylaw. If I can have the front elevation, I can illustrate this dimension that I mentioned, the front elevation. So, as you see, the right side of the building is which is covering 3/4 of the whole footprint is comply with the bylaw requirement of the bylaw on the height in both new and an old. Only the left side of the front elevation, as you see over the garage, is impacted by the garage height as well as the natural grading of the property. And overall, with this flat roof, we are even lower than the house on the side, which is 82 in that location. And we are not impacting to any of the neighbor. Is the front of the building, is not even at the back of the building that having any impact to the backyard or privacy of the neighbor. And then there is no window in this location at the back of the building. Only we have that cornered window on the second floor. If there is any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any other speaker here. Members, do you have any questions? No? Can I have a motion then? Hello, Mr. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having listened to the explanations from the agent, I'm satisfied that the requested variances are minor in nature, and I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
Yeah, there's no conditions. Second, Mr. Hunt, all in favor? Opposed? Ms. Attarodi is opposing. And sir, your application is approved and there is no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good.
Good afternoon. Okay, so the next one is 24, which is 25 Lisburn Crescent, application 24, and here we have Helen Young. Are you there? Helen Young.
Helen, you've been unmuted.
Helen Young, are you there? Is she online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we hear you. Could you please?
Oh, okay.
Can you please?
Thanks. So, yes, it's Helen Young.
Your address?
It's Helen Young at 25 Lisburn Crescent.
Okay, you're a little bit cutting off still with your system. So we have here is an additions, 3 variances. The forestry, there is a forestry that asking for, they say to deny, which is unusual, I never seen that from forestry, to deny variance number 1, 2, or 3, or making conditions. So then we have the councillor letter who says they asking the committee to examine carefully the impact on the neighbors, and we have staff report asking to refuse variances number 3. So could you please make your presentation? We'll give you 5 minutes and then we'll address those concerns.
Okay, so variance 3 is the it's the setback on the, basically it's that tree that is, if you can show the screen on page 6. Yeah. Oh, my page is different from yours. It's the one that with all the circles showing the tree radius. It's a site plan. I think that's it. Yeah, yes, the circles right here. So towards the bottom left corner, that circle is the tree that they say it's healthy, and that if we need to chop it down for our garage, because the garage extension, then what we have to do is pay the city something like $800. And I've spoken to the forestry department, and they said that, yeah, as long as we're willing to pay. And then in replace of this tree after being chopped off, or cut off, sorry, we either replant it 2 trees, or pay an additional fee to cover the 2 trees. And we said that we'll pay them the difference. But they said that they have to wait for this hearing to go through before they accept the money. So that's where that is at. And it's because this is the only healthy tree, whereas the other one that's a bigger circle above it is the unhealthy tree and it's diseased. And so they need to chop that off, and that he has no concern with that.
Could you please stop a second? We're not going to go to details what you're chopping off and how much you pay. Is when we make it subject to the conditions of this forestry, and between you between you and them to discuss what it is.
Oh, okay. So then the other variance that we're talking about is the frontage, whereas is a little bit see the same diagram. Sorry. Oh, the same site plan. We have a split bungalow right now. So the little lip that's on the right side, that's protruding out, that's the landing for the front, and that's all we're doing in terms of extending the front part. The other stuff, the modular is a modular that goes right on top of the house, and there's like it's where the foundation of the house is not being touched. The perimeter of the house is also not being touched, except for this little part. And then a garage that we're putting in on the side, the second garage, which is towards the bottom of the map. But if you take a look at the neighbor, their frontage actually is even more extended to the sidewalk than our proposed garage going to be. So if you scroll down a little, you'll see the next door neighbor behind us. There it is. And their existing house, you can see, is a lot closer to the sidewalk, and our proposed garage, the second garage, which is towards the bottom of the drawing there, is nowhere near that sidewalk. And that's all I have to say.
That's it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Now, could you go back on the staff report asking to refuse variance number 3? Did you get that?
Number 3, I that was my explanation of what the forestry has.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so you're not doing anything about that. Okay. Okay.
We're gonna be paying the city for.
As I said, we don't get involved with that. Okay. Now.
Okay.
Now the we'll get back to you because we have a couple more speakers here. Greta Ganeshan, are you there? Gita Ganeshan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you please state your name and address?
Gita Ganeshan, and I'm at 32 Lisbon Crescent.
Okay, and what's your concern about this application?
Well, I was just calling today to get more information, sir, about what is being proposed.
Okay.
At this time, I do not have a major concern.
Okay, so you want to know what's happening, and you heard what he's doing, yeah? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
That's straight, clear. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we have Shirley Kehinkar. Are you there? Shirley Kehinkar.
I'm here, and I'd like to speak to this too. Thank you.
Yes, could you please first state your name and address, please?
My name is Shirley Kehamka. I live at 23 Lisbon Crescent, and my property abuts the property at the backyard. So, though I really like the design aesthetics for the front of the planned extension, I'm not sure who Helen Young is because I know Brad Young is the owner there. But anyway, I am not able to determine because 25 Lisbon Crescent is an irregular angled shaped corner lot. This is a sizable expansion and enlargement of the former build, which will now substantially increase the usability of the property. I am not able to determine the city is whether this is a minor variance or a major variance. So, the 3 concerns that I have expressed here. One of the things that I think Ms. Young has talked about, the disease tree, she is in fact right, and that we have deep concerns. But the 3 concerns I have specifically related to the build in the backyard of 25 Lisbon, which abuts to my property at 23, is the side mudroom and single-story mudroom and sunroom extension, an addition which is planned at the very narrowest side of the irregular size corner lot. Now, if there was a modification, for example, to the two-story side or possibly the other side, that would be a different matter. But anyway, it's very, very close to the borderline, and I really am very uncomfortable about it being built there. Then it's appropriate. So if it stands left as it is, its appropriateness and relationships in terms of the size, suitability, closeness in terms of space between the two abutting properties, the property lines, its impact could be major or problematic. I don't know. At present, this particular area is full of debris and storage, which may be not your concern. Anyway, the second concern I have is the large-scale build on this backyard has to address another major issue regarding crucial need and allowance for green space. Now, why I am asking for this is the amount of overall green space is essential to absorb rainwater into the ground instead of running into the already overloaded storm sewer systems. And these water runoffs have caused problems in the past. Lisbon Crescent was flooded with sewer water. Some homes like mine had 2.5 feet of sewer water in the basement. So that green space is essential. Currently, during rainstorms and in the winter, when the ice melts, there is frequent pooling of large volumes of water. Again, maybe not your concern, but if this green space is not there, that may have an effect. At present, 25 Lisbon backyard is full of weeds and leaves and has water pooling. So with this build, will this have an effect? I love the front of the design. I must make a comment on that. It's beautiful. And I'm excited that they're going to do the renovations. Current existing structures at the rear and the side of the backyard include very large trees, which Miss Young mentioned. And that one tree is a very big concern to us. So the backyard is currently full of weeds and water pooling issues. And then I'm asking if, because of the terms of size of this build and the elevated roof signs, will that cause filling of the gutters, flooding in my backyard, changes in the grading? I don't really understand that because my backyard is manicured. I'm very particular with green space and trees and stone and patio. So that's my concern. And I also want to say a big thank you to Sam and all the city staff that have helped me. And as I said, if it is approved and it's going to look aesthetically beautiful, I don't care. But my concern is that mudroom and stuff at the back and the trees that will be affected. And the pooling. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Now, just to make a correction, there are certain things that are not in our control. We have the variances, we have to make a decision on the variances, and the rest, it doesn't mean we're not concerned about it, it's just is not in our term of reference. There are other departments and other that they have to make a decision. We make a decision only on what's in front of us, and not necessarily doesn't mean we're not concerned about it, except it's not in our control. Okay, so let's see if the members have any question. Any question for the speaker? No? Okay, so what do we have? We have, that's it. There's nobody else here, right? No? Okay, so we'll get back Helen Young. Could you come back, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so please address the concerns that have been mentioned, and we'll move on.
Okay, so in terms of those the weeds and pooling, that's what we're trying to minimize by having this renovation, basically this elevation, so we get rid of these tree, especially that big weed tree that you don't like, and other trees that is fallen with multiple leaves that goes into your gutter. That's also going to be removed. And as I said before, instead of replanting more tree to clog up your gutter, so to speak, we're actually going to pay the city for the difference instead of planting trees. Where are you talking about the sunroof? Sorry, not the sunroof. this, what is it called? The sunroom, exactly, which is right next to the existing mudroom. It's an extension to the end of our existing story and a half, like the back split part. And I don't think that's going to actually hinder you because we already have a fence, a wood fence between our properties. So you're never going to have to, like, you wouldn't even be able to walk through it right now because of all the weed and debris that's piled up next to that. And then our air condition is also there. There's multiple trees and shrubs there. So I don't see how the sunroom, sorry, which is supposed to be a lot shorter. I don't even think that you're going to be able to see it through over the fence. And if that's your major concern, I think that's just an extension of that mudroom going into it. The mudroom is right now is the ceiling is collapsing. We're collecting a lot of water from it, as well as you had indicated that because of the tree and the leaf debris, it's sagging our ceiling, and as a result, we just have to replace the roof. And we thought if we're going to replace it, we're going to put a sunroof next to it, and that's the reason why there's that little extension. Other than that, the whole thing is a modular second story on top of our existing bungalow. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Any members, any question? Yeah, Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Young, I didn't hear you respond to the planning staff report, which recommended refusal of variance number 3, and not because of the tree. That was the concern of the urban forestry, but their concern was that the setback was too small at 4.32 meters, whereas the minimum required was 8.38. Can you just tell us how you feel that is a reasonable request?
So that's basically the same spot that I'm talking about where the sunroof, I keep saying sunroof, sorry. The sunroom is, and as my neighbor had indicated, it is an irregular corner lot. And if you take a look, yes, exactly. So the sunroom, which is right at the top of this diagram, this part is that setback that they are referring to. And I think
no, actually, they're referring to the rear yard setback at off from the corner of the proposed garage addition. The setback is 4.32.
Oh, okay. So our whole house is separated by this wooden fence, and this setback. And if you scroll further down, you will see there's like the neighbor doesn't even walk through here because the driveway and the sidewalk, like it's a big hill. They don't even get to it because the landscape right there. It's a hill. And so that's why it looks shorter, because it's a hill. I don't know how to explain it, but does that address it? I don't know. Sorry.
I'm not sure that you're appreciating what the concern is from the planning staff. I'll just read from the comment section of the report. It says the proposed garage extension would result in a rear yard setback that is approximately 3.35 meters less than the existing rear yard setback. As such, the staff recommend that variance number 3 be refused, as it's not minor and is not consistent with a pattern of rear yard setbacks in the surrounding area. Now, is there anything you can tell us that would refute that statement?
Okay, well, basically, so right now the current garage space, it doesn't even fit our cars in there because we drive, a crossover. And in order to, we're going to be expanding this modular, we thought that we're going to expand this garage so that our car can actually fit in to the garage. The 3 circles right next to the garage are the trees that we actually I planted myself, actually, and over like the last 20, 25 years, it's grown to the size that it's overgrown. I don't think that, you know, the 4.32 setback right there is going to hinder either my neighbor or anyone, just because right now that's our driveway, that's our lot, and then no one ever walks through there because of this huge hill that it's usually puddled with water because there's nowhere to drain that. And so we try to like basically level it out, get rid of that hill, and hopefully put a garage there to elevate the elevation, and then there wouldn't be like mosquitoes and flies there all the time. That's just the reason why we wanted this garage to be bigger, and
Okay.
the setback will be slightly more than what's recommended by the city.
Okay, thanks
Or
very much.
allowed. Yeah.
Yeah. Now on that question, did you discuss with the plans, because we have the counselor who got involved with this, and the planning staff, and they do asking to refuse that application. So you say 4.32 is not adequate for you, and 3.8 is what you need. So did you discuss it with them?
They didn't come back with anything. Like I asked them what I need to know for this meeting, and they said that no, this should, you know, just explain the reason why we need to do this, and so that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
Like
What they came up.
I did not no. Yeah, they didn't come back with anything to say that, oh, this is what needs to be done in
Well,
order
they did come back with that, asking us to refuse variance number 3. That's what they came up with.
So what should I do at this point? Like,
I don't know. We're going to make a decision, and you live with it or appeal it. We'll see what the members are attending to. Okay, members.
I didn't even get this letter.
It's not a letter, it's staff report.
Oh, okay. I didn't get the staff report.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair, do you think we could offer a chance to defer this application to allow them to go back to planning, or would that be appropriate, do you think?
Well, yeah, everything is appropriate. This depends on us what we're deciding. Now, generally, when we defer an application, we defer it in the beginning. We don't like to discuss it. However, if it's important, and I think in this context, because the counselor is asking us to examine carefully the impact on the neighbors and all that stuff, maybe you may be right. Make a motion and see what goes on. If we have to defer it, it's up to you. So, are you making a motion to defer it? I think the agent did not.
Usually, the agent asks for a deferral. Is that correct?
Oh no, it's okay. We can do whatever we want. We can approve it, reject it, or defer it. The agent in this case, she didn't see the staff report. She didn't think they came up with something. So if you think deferral, it's okay. We'll see what the other members are saying. Do you want to make a motion to defer?
I think I will. Rather, otherwise, I'm going to refuse this. Personally, I'm going to refuse this application. I think we're trying to save her some money and send her back to planning, see if she can resolve this.
Well, you decide to make your motion, and then we'll take it from there. If you make a motion, you want it sunny day?
I'm going to put forward a motion to defer this application sine die, to allow the applicant to meet with planning staff and try and come up with a suitable application.
Very good. Thank you. That's a good description. Second, Ms. Manning. Yeah, Ms. Manning, you're second. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Miss Young, we decided to defer the application for you to go to discuss with the planning again and decide, let them decide what they asked you to do, which you didn't hear it and you didn't see the report. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Can you guys, how can I get a copy of that report? Sorry.
Oh, what report? Oh, the report. Well,
yeah.
Staff, can she get the report of the staff?
The copy of the staff report's available on the Application Information Center. It's posted there. It's online.
It's online. Explain to her. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they said
Thanks.
the staff report is online. That's how we got it. So you can take a look and discuss with the staff.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Good luck. Application number 25, which is 37 Sherwood Avenue. And here we have Saba Matno. Are you there? Saba Al Matno. Saba Al Matno, are you there?
Saba, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Hi. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Sure. My name is Saba Al-Matnu. I am from QBS Architects, Inc., 1670 Bayview Avenue.
Okay. We have an application for Sheds Cabana, 4 variances, 5 letters of support, and forestry condition number 2. Okay. Now, the staff, there is no other speaker or nothing here. Do we need a presentation here? No? Okay. So, Ms. Matno, we don't need the presentation. Did you want to say something before we go to the committee, or we just go ahead?
Yes, I just want to add that we have eliminated variance number 3, which is the soft landscaping, in discussion with planning. So we are seeking only 3 variances. Other than that, it's a straightforward, is basically just a shed added to the back of a cabana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is. Did you see you removed one variance? It shows here 4 variances.
Yes, but we had discussion with the planning when they were reviewing the file, and they recommended the removal of the soft landscaping. Hence, we revised the drawings, and it's on file. We just eliminated the soft landscaping for rear yard. So variance number 3 is eliminated.
So number 3 is eliminated. Okay, thank you. That's a good
Correct.
one. Okay, so members eliminated variance number 3, and that's it. There is no other speaker. Can I have a motion then, please? Miss Atarudi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one modification, that the variance number 3, the proposed rear yard soft landscaping, is now have been eliminated and also subjected to urban forestry memo.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, your application is unanimously approved, subject to condition and the removal of variance number 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Application number 26, which is 38 PLYMBRIDGE Crescent, application 26. And here we have a basement walkout and second-story balcony, 3 variances. Staff report is asking to modify number 1, 2, and 3, and they're asking also for a condition to build in accordance with site plan. And we have 2 letters of objection. And here, we have here what's the name? Addison Price?
Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. Addison Milne Price of Design Plan Services at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Okay, so please make your presentation as to the merit of the application. You got 5 minutes.
Before I begin my presentation, I would like to amend the variances on the public notice as per the planning staff report. I'll go through them one by one now.
Okay.
Variance 1 is being amended from 39.6% to 34.4%.
Okay.
Variance 2 is being modified from 31.35 square meters to 9.67 square meters. And variance 3 is being modified from 25.48 meters to 24.49 meters. Those are all the revisions that are required. Are those amendments clear?
We appreciate if you repeat the second and third modification.
Yes. Variance 2 is being modified from 31.35 square meters to 9.67 square meters. And variance 3 is being modified from 25.48 meters to 24.49 meters. Would you like me to repeat them again, or shall I begin my presentation? Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm in your hands as to how you would like to proceed from this point.
Can you please make your presentation now?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. To begin, I would like to reiterate that the proposed variances are only to permit a rear balcony and basement walkout. Now, regarding variance 1, which pertains to the maximum lot coverage, the permitted lot coverage is based on a approval from 2021, which is 32.5%. The proposed lot coverage will only result in an additional 1.9% or 16 square meters of additional coverage from what was previously approved. You'll note that the lot coverage of the dwelling is 32.2%, and therefore none of the additional coverage proposed relates to any expansion of the approved dwelling in terms of mass. Therefore, this additional lot coverage will not contribute to any overall massing and build form impacts. The proposal does not require any further variances to the required setbacks or any landscaping requirements, which again indicates that the proposed lot coverage is appropriate for the lot size. With regard to variance 2, which pertains to the maximum balcony area, I'll first note that although 38 PLYMBRIDGE Crescent is a corner lot, the proposed balcony will not be visible from the majority of the east side because a portion of the building screens it from the east side. It is also worth pointing out that the proposed balcony will be accessed from a bedroom and not from a common area of the house. This will mitigate any potential impacts of noise from the larger size of the balcony from what is permitted as of right. Now, lastly, onto variance 3, which pertains to the maximum building length. The maximum building length permitted is based on the approval from 2021, which is 21.44 meters. As noted in the planning staff report, the additional proposed building length is entirely the result of the basement walkout, and therefore all of the additional building length proposed will be below grade, with the exception of the stairs accessing the basement. The building length above grade will remain at the approved 21.44 meters. This means that the additional building length will not have any massing impact further than what was already approved on this property. As such, the proposed building length will be in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood in the same manner as the previous approval. Through you, Mr. Chair, based on the provided justification, I'm of the opinion that this application meets the 4 tests under section 45.1, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. You're very patient. We had problems with the sound here that refused to accept our work, and we just fixed it. Okay, so we have one more speaker here, and let's see what they say here. We have Shadi Arani. Are you there? Shadi Arani.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
My name is Shadi Arani from 36 PLYMBRIDGE Crescent.
Okay. So you saw the changes, you heard the changes the applicant made. After those changes, could you still tell us if you have any problem?
Yes. No, I do not have any objection to the proposal. I just wanted to just make sure and request, as per planning staff request as well, if you could kindly attach the site plan and the elevations to the decision, because this same length came to committee and got rejected by Committee of Adjustment back in 2021 for a building. So as long as it is just for a walk-up basement, our neighbors are entitled to enjoy their property. We have no problem with it. But if the committee members could kindly attach both the elevations and the site plan to the decision, should they decide to approve the application.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? No? Okay, let's get back the agent. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also thank you to Ms. Arani for your comments. I agree. The condition noted by planning staff is appropriate for this application.
Okay, very good. Okay, so members, any question for the speaker? If no question, can I have a motion then? Ms. Manning?
Yeah, I might be wrong, but the staff report wanted to tie it to the site plans, but made no mention of the elevation. So just wanted to check.
Yeah.
That he's fine with the neighbor's suggestion that it be tied to both the site plans and the elevation.
Well,
yes, that's fine. It can be tied to all of the elevations and to the site plan.
Okay. Now, those changes you made, are they, I just want to check if the changes you made will affect the site plan. If it's appropriate to attach them with the site plan. What you changed the variance number 1 from 39 to 34. This is the coverage. Number 2, which is the balcony maximum area, and the maximum, and number 3, permitted building length. Would that be affecting the site plan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the revised plans that have been sent to committee accurately reflect the amendments to the public notice.
Very good, thank you. That was my concern. So these changes are already reflected in the current site plan, the current plan. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Manning, do I have a motion?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the 3 variances in this application with the following modifications. Variance number 1 has been changed to 34.4%. Variance number 2 has been changed to 9.67 meters square, and variance number 3 changed to 24.49 meters square, and also asking that the planning condition, the building length, be built substantially in accordance with the site plans attached to the report, and also tying it to the elevation, all of the elevation drawings as well.
Thank you.
With no other conditions.
Thank you. Second, thank you, that Mr. Hunt, and all in favor? Unanimous. Okay, sir, your application is unanimous, approved subject to those changes and subject to attached site plan and elevation. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 27, which is 2154 Eglinton Avenue West. And here we have a two-story rear addition and a secondary suite. 5 variances, that's it. Bruno Lopez, are you there? Mr. Bruno Lopez. Hi, could you please state your name and address?
Mr. Chair, I was advised that Igor would be speaking regarding this application instead of Bruno.
Okay.
Igor has been unmuted.
Hi, Mr. Chair. He's Igor August Koch. I'm speaking from MXL Engineering, 1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, very good. Okay, you can make a short presentation. All we have, we have no other there is nothing here except the 5 variances, and that's it. So could you please make a short presentation?
Definitely, yes. This is a pretty straightforward application. We have existing single-family dwelling, which we are doing a rear addition. And with that, the purpose is to provide a secondary unit. And the variances that we have here they related to the length and to the depth of the building, related to the rear addition that we're proposing. And also the secondary unit that we're doing here. The 4th variance is regarding the secondary unit, because the maximum permitted number of dwelling units in this lot is 1. And the 5th variance that we have here is due to the roof eave, but we're actually following the existing roof lines in our addition. So that's actually an existing condition that we have.
Okay, that's it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we don't have anybody else registered here. So, members, any question? No, can I have a motion then? Ms. Satarodi?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Kidd seconding, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay, so sir, your application is approved unanimously with no conditions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 28. Hi. Application number 28, which is 21 Cheval Drive, application 28. And here we have Christine Deng. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christine Deng, and my address is 2710 14th Avenue.
Thank you. So we have here is a new dwelling, 8 variances with 3-story. Staff report has just a condition, 3 letters of support and 1 letter of objection. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people to speak on this application beside you. So could you please make your presentation? We'll give you 5 minutes, and then we'll hear the neighbors, okay?
Okay. I'm in receipt of the letters of the opposition. Most of them are concerns about the main wall's height and the building height under the old bylaw. The site main wall height is for a modest increase of 0.5 meters. In my opinion, due to the generous 1.8 meter side yard setbacks on either side would have minimal impact. This also taking into account the location of the adjacent dwellings to the east and the west being beyond the rear walls will mitigate the impact. The proposed main wall height was reduced to 8 meters and the community's planner was satisfied with the revision. The height variance is due to great difference of 0.52 meters between the center line of road and the actual established grade. So the proposal is actually compliant both in terms of building height and the height of the first floor under bylaw 569/2013. The 32.73% lot coverage we are asking is on the average of the granted lot coverage in the surrounding neighborhood. The front porch technically counts as well and is 0.82%, and that sum together gets you the number of 32.73%. Excluding the front porch, the footprint of the dwelling itself is actually less than 32% of the lot area. The proposed dwelling is considered as 3-story dwelling is because we add a powder room at the garage landing level. Excluding the powder room, the proposed dwelling will be considered as 2-story. The front porch and the rear deck are reviewed as second floor balcony. The maximum numbers of platform and in the maximum 4 square meters area are the bylaw requirements for the second floor balcony. And we don't have any setbacks or building length variances. And city planning has no objection to our proposal. We believe our proposal is minor and meet the 4 tests. Thank you for considering, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the other neighbors have to say, and we'll be back to you. The next one is Gordon Bogner. Mr. Gordon Bogner, are you there?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address?
My name is Gordon Bogner. I live on 18 Cheval Drive, which is directly opposite and adjacent to this property. And you will also be hearing from multiple other neighbors in the community that have expressed their
okay. Well, let's see yours first. We'll hear them. Okay. Tell us what's your concern about this. I know you're the area resident. You're a resident of the area. We have other residents, so tell us your concern, and we'll hear theirs. Okay.
So this neighbor who has lived in the starting has not consulted with any neighbors in this. Collectively, 8 variances are not minor. The planner and the applicant is using individual precedent to justify a plan that is higher, taller, higher coverage, exceptions on level, which make this house incongruent and out of character with the general nature of the neighborhood. You will also recall 17 Bramble, Mr. Chairman, did a similar application 5 years ago, tried to go through the Committee of Adjustments 3 times, was rejected, went to T-Lab, was mediated downward, and the building has subsequently never been built. So this represents a massive precedent of a massing building that is generally out of character, will have larger coverage on a neighborhood that is tiered. So you have to understand that there are 3 streets, Berrydale, that then goes down to Cheval, that then goes down to Denlow. So this house is in the middle. If this house is allowed to build at its height, it will tower over the other houses. The applicant has not submitted any diagrams to show, or sun studies to show how this house would mass over the adjoining neighbors. The house that is in the diagram that the that the architect has submitted is the existing house. It fits in. The side variances are not the issue. It's the height and the mass that this building represents and the coverage. So I ask this committee and the chair to reject this application en masse and not to allow a dangerous precedent for mass infill redevelopment, certainly when neighbors have not been consulted and rejected. And on the 3 letters that are in support of this application, I want to point out they are form letters, all culturally signed and aligned. There is no letter of support from an adjoining neighbor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's it. Any question for the speaker? So we'll go to the next one. Next one is Christine Che, Massino Bonsansiga. So which one wants to speak? Christine Che?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Could you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Christine Shea, and I'm at 86 Dunlow Boulevard.
Okay. Anything different from what it said there? Could you please tell us what's your concern?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns. So together with my husband and my 2 school-age children, we live at 86 Dunlow, which is the property directly behind 21 Cheval Drive, and with whom we share a property line. Our backyards, in fact, are adjacent to each other. So I submitted a detailed letter of objection, which included pictures, and today, in the interest of time, I just really want to underscore 4 issues that I referenced in my letter and that I think can really negatively impact my family as well as the structural integrity of our property. So issue number 1, the significantly taller height of the building compared to its current height and compared to the actual average height of the properties in the immediate area. This will significantly obstruct our views of the sky and limit our access to natural light for the 3 bedrooms and 1 den in our home that face north and face 21 Cheval Drive. And I think this will also result in loss of our property. So in the very first picture that I include in my letter, you see a view from my home of 21 Cheval Drive of the current building. And you can see how the actual average height of most of the homes in the immediate area is significantly lower actually than the allowed height. So the average height of the homes in Cheval Drive between numbers 11 and 33 is 5.6 meters. And for Dunlow Boulevard, between Dunlow Boulevard 74 and 92, it's 6 meters. So you can see that the proposed building height of 9.6 meters is significantly more than the actual average height of the building. So you can see my view there would be significantly obstructed by adding about 2 more meters from the current building height. The issue number 2 is the increased lot coverage together with plans to remove grass and soil from the backyard in order to build a swimming pool and patio very close to the property line. And this risks to create water drainage issues, and my property sits at a much lower elevation from 21 Cheval, about 1.5 meters of difference in elevation. So it would be affected by reduced drainage. This leads me to the third very serious issue, which is that 21 Cheval Drive has a highly deteriorated retaining wall made of wood, which sits within its property. So if you could scroll up to the pictures of the deteriorated retaining wall, scroll up even further. Yes. So this retaining wall is no longer playing its role of containing land and dirt within 21 Cheval Drive. I shared pictures of the condition of these decayed wood planks jutting into our property to the owners of 21 Cheval several years ago, but there was no action taken to remediate this condition. Digging and constructing a pool within a few feet of this already deteriorated wall will add load and pressure to this wall, and I am very concerned by the integrity of the wall and the impact on our property. The proposal contains no details on how this wall will be addressed. So those are the 3 pictures of the retaining wall that I wanted you to see. And the last issue that I want to address is the impact to mature, beautiful trees and to privacy hedges. So our immediate area prides itself on the presence of mature, beautiful trees and lots of greenery. The plans involve removing a tall tree near our shared property line and tall hedges above the retaining wall I just described. So if you look at that picture that is currently on the screen, that is the tree that is being proposed to be removed, and removal of that tree. And next to that are the hedges that are sitting above that retaining wall. And so removal of the tree and the hedges is going to significantly affect our privacy. Furthermore, we have a very tall and mature pine tree in our property, the one that is being shown there, very close to the shared property line, which will certainly have roots extending into 21 Cheval. I really fear that the deep digging that is required for construction of the pool will impact the roots of this tree, affecting its health, and ultimately even risking that if it is damaged, that it can collapse into our house. So this is of huge concern to our family. You can see how close that mature, beautiful pine tree is to that retaining wall and the property line. So that's the picture that I wanted to share. And I think that damaging those two trees and trees of this scale is a really big deal in our immediate area, which really prides itself in its greenery. So I hope that you will take this into consideration, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Any question for this speaker? No. Okay, the next one is DeVine. Are you there? DeVine. Yeah, could you Hi, could you please state your name and address for us?
Deva Wine at 23 Cheval
Drive. Okay, yeah, have your listed
Yeah.
here. Now, I just want to give you an information here. To speak half of your time on the trees, it just wasted time because we do not decide on the trees here. The trees, we say subject to forestry, they decide. We can talk from now until the end of the day about trees. We do not, it's not that we're not concerned about them, it's not our decision. Secondly, repeating the same thing over and over again, it loses the value. So I'm giving you, I'm suggesting you if you have anything different or you agree with the first one. So you decide. So please tell us.
I wasn't going to speak specifically about forestation. I'm just concerned that we have rules and laws and regulations that are put into place to maintain and safeguard all of us. Pushing the limits reduces the effectiveness of these safeguards. The owners at 21 Cheval are going above and beyond what has been set out in the bylaws for our street and obviously our neighborhood in a very negative way. The proposed house is being built at 9.6 meters high, well above the maximum allowed at 8.8 meters. This excessive height will result in the shadowing of our property from the sun, which will result in snow buildup and snow melt on our roof, causing considerable damage. We are concerned that the increased lot coverage also will result in a significant drainage issue for our property. As well, the close proximity to our property line will greatly reduce our privacy. The proposed landscape changes close to our property will result again in lack of privacy and soil erosion. We have been living at 23 Cheval for 49 years and have enjoyed the physical character and harmony of the neighborhood. These changes compromise the very nature of the area that we have appreciated and enjoyed for all these years. Along with many of our neighbors at 16, 18, 19, 22, 24, 25, 27, and 28 Cheval, and 86, 88, and 90 Denlow strongly object to the proposed variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? Okay, next one is Adleda Nita. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. My name is Adleda Nata, and my address is 19 Cheval Drive. And the applicants are my immediate neighbors to the east, directly adjacent.
Okay. Anything different from what you
heard? Yes, I did hear your point about not discussing things that have been discussed before, so I will not. I would like to point out that if these variances were allowed, it would be a clear example of overbuilding, as the structure would be out of keeping with the neighboring homes. It would have a negative impact on surrounding properties, including my own. The negative impacts would be the same as Deva's, the speaker prior to me, and so I won't go into those. I'd also like to discuss just briefly the report that the architects for 21 CHEVAL submitted, and I'd like to clarify some of the statements that they made in their report. They reference a lot of houses which are outside of the immediate neighborhood to support some of the variances they request. In particular, all of the homes that they list with taller sidewalls are about a 15 to 20-minute walk away, and on streets where the homes are generally twice as large as the homes on CHEVAL and on much larger lots. They also refer to 28 Bamboo Grove when they're discussing the variance to go from a 2-story to a 3-story home. And they state that this variance was approved at 28 Bamboo Grove. In fact, it was not. This was an application to build a loft in a bedroom, which is what turned into a 3-story home. And this particular variance was not approved. It was declined by the Committee of Adjustment. And lastly, they list the number of homes with a building height of 9.6 meters or higher in the surrounding neighborhood. Really, the only 2 relevant homes are the one at 65 Dunlop Boulevard and 5 Derrida Crescents. And at 65 Dunlop Boulevard, they're basically making the argument that there's already a precedent for this. But what I'd like to point out is that those applicants requested that variance to allow them to build a new roof above an existing dwelling. And the new roof had a maximum building height of 9.6 meters over a very small parapet that was located just over their main entrance. The majority of the roof was actually 8.6 or 8.7 meters in height. The applicants at 21 CHEVAL, they're really requesting to have that max height across their entire home. And that's where a lot of the massing issues and the bulk issues come in. This would result in excessive massing. The architects also mentioned 5 Derrida Crescent, where they say that there was a variance allowed to increase the maximum building height up to 9.55 meters. In fact, this variance was refused, and 5 Derrida is not 9.55 meters. I'd like to point out, and I did spend the last week doing a lot of research on this, unfortunately, as we had very little time to plan for this. But basically, in the last 10 years, in the immediate study areas, all instances of owners requesting variances, which included max building height, lot coverage, and maximum sidewall height changes, they were refused at the Committee of Adjustment. And these examples include 17 Bramble Drive and several homes on Derrida Crescent. There was no consultation with the immediately adjacent neighbors. And as we know, there's lots of letters of objections which have been submitted. And respectfully, I suggest that these variances do not meet the criteria of being approved as minor, and that this proposal does not meet either the general intent of the zoning bylaw or the general intent of this official plan due to its excessive size, mass, and height. I thank you for listening to me today. I'm sorry I was a bit nervous, and I do urge you to consider the outsized negative impact these requested variances would have, and I would request that the application be denied. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? No? Okay, next speaker is Stephen Chris. Are you there? Stephen Chris.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Yes, my name is Stephen Chris, and I live at 27 CHEVAL Drive, and I've done so for about 35 years now. I won't repeat any of what went before. I want to simply reiterate something I said in my letter, which is it seems to me there's a fundamental unfairness that one family can increase the enjoyment and value of their property, as they would perceive it, and do so at the expense of their immediate neighbors and the community as a whole. And it just strikes me that this is so out of keeping with the neighborhood, imposes limitations on the enjoyment of one's yard. I live in my backyard in the summer. I don't have a cottage. I love my backyard. I think my neighbors would probably feel the same. And to have something that takes away our enjoyment is unfair. And would respectfully request that you deny this application. And I would say, just to finish, even if this were to improve somehow the value of my own home, I would not want it to go through. I think it's so unfair to everybody else. And so out of keeping with the neighborhood, which is a wonderful place for families to live, that we should keep the neighborhood as it is. Anyway, thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for not repeating what it has been said. Any question for the speaker? Okay, well, our last speaker here is Jennifer Noronha. Are you here? Jennifer?
And yeah.
Okay,
and I realized that you,
excuse me, hold a second. I think your system is cutting off. Could you please check your equipment again?
Okay.
No, it's still no good. I don't know what's the problem there. Maybe the...
Jennifer, there appears to be an echo in your audio. If you have the meeting open on any other apps, can you please close it?
And I have done that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we hear you.
Sorry, I was
Okay,
helping my
name-
neighbor, and she's older, and so I came over because she can't. Diva, she can't manage the software.
Excuse me. Before we go, could you please state your name and address so we can see who's speaking?
Yeah, of course. I am Jennifer Nerona, and I live at 25 Cheval Drive.
Thank you.
And again, I understand that you don't want us to repeat what was done before. I will say that we have been on the call since 1:30, and so I hope that you will listen a little bit to our concerns. I'm not going to repeat the variances discussion. What I will say is that we did live in the neighborhood in one of these monster homes ourselves, but it wasn't what we wanted. I don't believe in it from a climate change perspective. I see that what the city of Toronto is trying to do is our neighborhood is the worst in terms of emissions and what we're doing to the environment. And so we deliberately moved from our big home to a smaller home on this beautiful street, where on the street, all of the homes have their roofs on the same height, and we're very unified. And the street is very peaceful and is actually not one which has all of these variances that the proponent was offering. Doesn't exist on our street. And it was done deliberately. I moved from a home that had 2 furnaces to this home that has 1 furnace. And we have kids that play on the street, and it's a lovely neighborhood. It is very possible to move 3 streets down from us and find a home like this already existing. You know, it should be allowed that people are allowed to keep the character of their street existing as it was before. I am also a big gardener. I really resent the fact that there is a home that's going to be built here that is going to damage the sunlight that is coming available to our backyards. And I think that the purpose of this committee is to look after everyone who lives on the street, as opposed to the individual who is trying to build something for their own gain. And I would say again that I agree as well with what Stephen's saying. Even if this added to the value of our house, I don't want it. You know, there is very easy to move 3 streets down and find a home like this. It's not impossible at all. And the home that exists today at 21 Cheval is already the biggest home on our street. You could easily work inside the house without having to rebuild. It is just a very unfortunate situation because there really was no dialogue that happened, which is very unusual because our street has people who walk up and down all the time. The kids play outside all the time. So there really wasn't a reason where we couldn't have had some discussions and consultation and reached a happy medium so that we didn't have an entire street of neighbors sitting here for 3 hours. You know, and wasting your time as well. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Jennifer. Any question for this speaker? Jennifer, I think you hit it on the head. First of all, it's not that you want to waste our time, because although we have 46 applications today, we like to hear from everybody, and we'll see what the agent has to say. Christine Deng, could you please come back here?
Yeah.
Okay, so excuse me, before we go, this committee cannot force you to go and talk to the neighbors, but it would have been a good PR to go to discuss what you're doing with the neighbors to reduce the anxiety, so they can come up here and they just asking for it. So would be a nice PR to reduce the frustration of the neighbors, and as the latest speaker said, Jennifer, she said it would have been nice to discuss and come to happy medium between us. So anyways, tell us what you want to say about all these things that have been said, and we'll make our decision.
Yeah, yes, a couple of things, if we could bring up the supporting materials. Just to clarify the comments made about the coverage, I have listed down the approved block coverage in the surrounding neighborhood on my supporting materials. 30 CHEVAL Drive on the same street was approved with 32.8% lot coverage. So the proposed 32.73% is not over asking in the neighborhood. And the other points I wanted to touch on was the height. If we could bring up the elevation drawings, please. The height of the dwelling is envisioned in bylaw 569/2013 as being 10 meters. The request for an increase in height under the old bylaw, which takes the measurement from center line of the road to the midpoint of the roof. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a 0.52 meters difference between the center line of road and the actual established grade. So if we take off that 0.52 meters, we start to see the number come down really to be about 9 meters. So part of that really mainly driven by the difference in grade. With regards to the enjoyment, sunlight, and view of the backyard, if we look at the site plan, the rear walls of the adjacent dwellings at the west and the east are essentially behind the proposed dwelling. The modest 0.5 meters increase in the site main wall's height won't be much adverse impact to the neighbor's backyard. And I think some neighbors spoke of the snow and drainage issues. The side yard setback being proposed is 1.8 meters. This all go through a grading plan if it would be approved. Any type of drainage or rainwater runoff would be dealt with that stage. With 1.8 meters side yard setback, there would be ample space for snow or exhaust air conditioners. And thank you for considering.
Okay, members, any question? Yeah, Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So many of the complaints seem to be directed towards the height of the building, but looking at the requested variance, just so I'm clear on it, there's no requested variance for height under the new bylaw. It's only under the old bylaw. Is that correct?
Yes, there's only the variance for the building height under old bylaw.
Thank you.
Any other question? What's that?
Well, yes. The question is just, I want to get clarification for variance number 2 that the proposed number of story is 3. Is this a technical because of the slope and the garage entrance, which is considered as a first floor? Is that?
It is because there shouldn't be any functional room, at the garage level, but we add a powder room at the garage landing level. So that part making the proposal being considered as a 3-story.
Okay. Any other question? No? If there's no question, can I have a motion then, please? Anyone for a motion? Okay, Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the neighbors' concerns, I feel many of the objections come from the confusion around whether this is a 2-story or 3-story. The height of the building, it certainly presents as a 2-story, and the 3rd story does strike me as being a technical issue. And given the fact that the city planning staff do not seem to have a concern with this application, I'm going to put forward, also look at myself, looking at these requested variances individually, there's none of them seem to jump out at me as being particularly unreasonable. And as I said, I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application, subject to the planning staff condition that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the front elevation attached to the planning staff report dated November 17, 22, and subject to forestry condition.
Okay. Do I have a second? Miss Manning seconding. All in favor? Opposed? 2 opposing and 2 there. You want me to work today, yeah? Yeah. I just want to explain the reasons behind the decision. We have an application that has the on the surface it looks really very big, like I had it is over development with 3-story and all that stuff. But as we look in each one of them, based along with what the staff is coming up, we see we have no option but to go along with the application. And if people have a concern with it, there's always an appeal process. So I feel for the neighbors that have been. It would have been easier, and it's too bad that the applicant didn't go and discuss it with the neighbors. But unfortunately, we cannot take that into consideration as far as to punish the applicant. So based on the foretest of the Planning Act, as we have to decide on, I have no option but to go along with the approval, to vote with the motion, subject to the conditions of forestry, and to build in accordance with the elevation elevation drawing. So your application is approved, subject to the development of the site according to the elevation drawings and according to subject to forestry. Yes. How about 10 minutes? We're going to have a 10-minute break, please. Okay. They'll be back when they hear us. So we're on 29, huh? Okay, so 29. Application 29, which is 362 DELORAINE Avenue. Application 29. This is it's a new dwelling, 14 variances. Staff report recommend refusal. Forestry condition number 1, 6 letter of support. Next door agree to a well. Okay, so we have here Babak Haji. Are you there? Khasimi. Babak Haji Khasimi. Are you there?
Babak, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, he's not, yeah. Okay, Ms. Babak Haji Hashimi, are you there? Okay, application number 31, which is 20 Palomino Crescent. And here we have Hamid Behesht. Are you there? Hamid?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, hi. Could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Yes, Arjang Behesh from Homeland at 49 Wycliffe Crescent.
Okay, we have here a new dwelling, 9 variances, 3 letters of objection. Staff report has to refuse variance number 6 and a condition to develop a site plan. So could you please, we'll give you 5 minutes, make your presentation and tell us the merit of this application, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, and thank you, and good afternoon to the committee members and committee staff. I'd like to begin by addressing the report, the planning staff report, which we were extremely surprised, Mr. Chair, to see the staff report early this morning on the day of the committee, a report which was submitted after working hours yesterday evening, because for the first time in 20 years, Mr. Chair, a staff report which asks for refusal or even a modification of a variance was submitted without any prior consultation with ourselves. Mr. Chair, without exception, all other planning staff who had concern with one or more variances with a project of ours in the past would contact us in advance, mostly by phone, because almost always the concerns of staff would be remedied by a reduction of the variance or sometimes by an explanation of how the design has triggered the variance, because each design is unique and should be viewed on its own merit. This time, Mr. Chair, we are extremely surprised to see such a letter without any previous contact with ourselves regarding the proposal. But in order to satisfy planning staff, I would like to make a reduction in the same variance, the side wall height, now at committee, from 9.5 meters to a now much reduced 8.9 meters, please.
Just a second.
And if you could
hold a second, please.
Sure.
You're making a change to which variance, number 6, you said?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Variance number 6 regarding side wall height, which stood previously at 9.5 meters, and I would like to change it to now 8.9 meters, please.
Okay, give me just a second. Number 6 to change to 8.9 meters. Okay.
Yes, 8.9 meters, and the variance, Mr. Chair, could be tied to the side elevations with the now reduced height.
Okay.
Because only a certain portion of the side elevation is related to the now 8.9
Well,
meters, not the entire portion.
Well, we'll consider that. As far as your comment about the staff that did not contact you, we have no control on that, and we can't tell to the staff to go and contact you. We don't even know if they contact you. So we have variances in front of us. We have the report in front of us, and we're going to look at it and make a decision. So could you
Yes, Mr.
please
Chair.
continue your 5 minutes and tell us the merit of this application?
Yes, certainly. If I could please see slide number 1 of the presentation package, I will continue to explain that side wall height variance. Wonderful, thank you very much. So I will point to a variance which actually indirectly relates to that side wall height. The area you see highlighted at the bottom in pink, the small area, is a box window projection at the side of the home. This box window projection has triggered the 4-foot side yard setback, whose variance actually should not exist in the first place, and I will explain that in a second. But the staff report has pointed to this 4-foot side yard setback, referring to the small area in pink, and cited that it has no concerns with this variance because, and I quote, it is for a small portion of the second story. Again, it is for a small portion of the second story. Well, Mr. Chair, if I could please see slide number 17 now, seeing the side elevations of the home. That same portion, which the report admits itself is small, is responsible for the previously 9.5 meter sidewall height, which I have now reduced to 8.9 meters. And those sidewall encroachments of now 8.9 meters, which we see highlighted in blue, which are now further reduced, are very small. They do not continue for even close to the entire length of the side. Now, in the staff report, it has continued that while the 9.5 meter encroachment for the front portion of the side walls, now 8.9 meters, the majority of the side walls are still high. So despite that portion, which the number is reached at 8.9 meters, the majority of the side walls are still high. Mr. Chair, the only other portion of the sidewalls which are high are for the creation of the windows, and that height is not 9.5 meters. It's not even 8.9 meters. The variance, the very small window-only portions of the side are just 8.14 meters, as you can see in the diagram before you. Without such a variance, it is impossible to create windows which face the side. And 8.14 meters is slightly more than the 7.5 meters which is allowed by law, and the rest of the side walls measure at just 7.19 meters, which is actually lower than the 7.5 meters which is allowed by law. Now, the final point, Mr. Chair, is that even the small portions of the side walls which are near the front have not simply returned from the front of the wall. They have been further lowered much more to 8.9 meters. And the front wall itself and the main height of the entire building itself, as measured by the new bylaw, not by the old bylaw, is 21 centimeters less than the 10 meters that the bylaw allows. So, Mr. Chair, this building is lower in overall height than what is allowed by law, which is not something I can say for the vast majority of development, either on the street or the entire neighborhood. And that overall height, which is taken to the top of the roof, is even further reduced at the front of the building, which is the portion that is visible from the streetscape. As you can see in this diagram, the 10 or so feet of the front of the building is even lower than the rest of the home, which itself is lower in overall height than what the bylaw allows. Now, if I could please go back to slide number 1, I will continue my presentation with the rest of the variances. And I would start with the variance regarding the same side yard setback issue, 2 variances actually, which are a misunderstanding between the zoning examiner. Beginning with the side yard setback issue, which only occurs at the small area, again highlighted in pink, that is a window projection, a box window, which is allowed to protrude into any yard, including a side yard of up to 2 feet. Now, the examiner mentioned to us that the window projection that she would see fit to actually protrude into a side yard would be a bay window with 45-degree side walls. Whereas our window projection is not a bay window, the design is modern. The side walls of the projection are straight, which would make it a box window. We have another similar projection at the other side of the home, marked in yellow, which is actually an architectural feature. That is the same size and same protrusion into the side, which only occurs at the second floor, but because it is an architectural feature, it is not part of the side yard setback. But the same area highlighted in pink, we consider to be a window projection, because if I could see slide number 2, as per the definition of the zoning bylaw 569/2013, provision 10.5/4060, we can see that permitted encroachments for window projections in the residential zone category include a bay window, which the examiner mentioned, a box window, which is the case in our situation, in our proposal, or any other window projection. So our box window, which faces the side, is a window projection, which is allowed to encroach into the side yard of up to 2 feet. So that side yard setback of 4 feet actually shouldn't exist in the first place. Now, if I could please see slide number 3, I will point to the overall height of the building. This is a plan of our roof, the roof plan, with the areas shaded representing the area of the roof which is considered to be flat under the old bylaw definition. And that flat area has constituted less than 25%, exactly 24.7% of the roof. Despite that fact, the examiner has taken the height of the old bylaw up to the top portion of our building. Now, if I can see, please, slide number 4, the bylaw under North York 7625, provision 210 for building height, defines building height to mean the vertical distance between the established grade and, in the case of a flat roof, the highest point of the roof surface, or in the case of a sloped roof, the median point between the eaves and the top of the roof. In this case, Mr. Chair, our old bylaw height should be taken to the midpoint of the roof, but instead it has been taken to the top of the roof and been considered a flat roof, which is a mistake, because in provision 27030, it clearly mentions that a flat roof means a roof having a slope of less than 1 unit of rise for every 10 units of run, where more than 25% of the area of the building is flat, more than 25%.
Hello, can you please summarize? If we have any questions, we'll come back to you. You finished your 5 minutes, and we have a lot of other applications to come today. Can you summarize, please, fast?
Sure, Mr. Chair. In summary, this old bylaw definition has been incorrectly taken to the top. In overall conclusion, that definition is for the old bylaw only, which is deemed to be basically obsolete for now. The building, our building, is actually lower than the new bylaw height. In conclusion, I can say that we have 4 written letters of support for this application, and we believe the application is in conformity with the developments in the neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for this gentleman? The staff report was asking refusal number 6, and the applicant changed the variance to 8.9, and the staff report also asking to put a condition per site plan. So, any questions? No? Okay, then do I have a motion? Going once, going twice. Okay, Ms. Satarodi, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 6 is not modified. The proposed height of the side exterior main wall facing a side lot line is now 8.9 meter, and
there's a condition.
Yes, there is another condition from the staff that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the committee, attachment number 1. And also I would like to to tie it to one elevation to explain more regarding the variance number 6. So if you can, to one of the side, so
Are you
just hold on
asking
a
a
second.
question? We're in the middle of
No,
no. What would you like to do?
no other condition. That's it. That's my motion.
Okay, so you're
Because they changed it. Probably then the drawings are not reflected the new change. So my motion will be to approve this application with the change of variance number 6 from 9.5 to 8.9, and also with the staff condition that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with site plan drawing. That is my motion.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Kitts, seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to the change you made to 8.9 and subject to condition to build per site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go back to number 29, see if they're here. #29 is Babak. Babak Haji, are you there, Hasimi?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think there was an issue before.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Babak Hassemi from ArcLab Design Studio.
Okay, so here we have a new dwelling, 14 variances. Staff report recommend to refuse the application. And then we have 6 letter of support and condition of forestry. Could you please tell us what's, before we make a decision, could you give us your take as to the merit of this application?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to begin by mentioning that we received a letter from planning raising their concern about the proposed west side yard setback, but was submitted to us very late. We didn't have enough time to respond. But although we don't have any concerns from our neighbors, out of courtesy, we decided to address those concerns by amending our variances number 2 and number 12. So I can.
So you're making changes. Please state the number of the variance and what you're changing it to.
Variance number 2, we would like to change our proposed west side yard setback from 0.61 to 0.75.
Okay, next.
Number 12, we're going to reduce our lot coverage to 45.22%.
Okay. That's it?
Yes.
Okay, so please make your presentation as to the merit, and then we have other speakers here, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Designing a modern house on a narrow lot on the street of Toronto is a challenging process which requires to amend some of the zoning bylaws in order to achieve a desirable and functional design. 362 DELORAINE is located in Bedford Park neighborhood. The street itself and the neighborhood are very dense and highly developed. Both the new developments and the older existing houses are placed very close to each other. And in some instances, you can see that the gutters of those neighboring houses are almost touching each other. And if you refer to our site plan, you can see that actually the neighbor to west, number 364, is one of those cases. They only have a side yard setback of 27 centimeters to the property line. And the existing house on 362 DELORAINE has a west side yard setback of 41 centimeter. Now we are increasing the space between those houses by proposing a west side yard setback of 75 centimeter. Now that this improvement to the existing condition will create about 105 centimeter of space between the two houses, which allows for access to the rear of the two properties. Now on the east side, I think that this is something that the planning actually missed, was that our property actually expands into the neighbor's property by 80 centimeter because of the easement and the right-of-way between the two properties of 360 and 362 DELORAINE. Now, this right-of-way is for the exclusive use of my client, the owner of 362 DELORAINE. Therefore, by having a proposed setback of 60 centimeter to our east side and the neighbor's setback of 80 centimeter to their property line, there is 140 centimeter of space for exclusive use of my client to access his backyard. In terms of sidewall height and overall height, our dwelling is in well keeping with the neighborhood and the new dwellings in the immediate context and the broader context. There are precedents in the area with approved heights more than what we have proposed, some with having flat roofs and some slope roofs. By proposing an overall height of under 10 meters, we are actually complying with the overall height requirement under the new bylaws. We have a variance for overall height under the old North York bylaw, and half of that variance is a technical variance because of the location of the center of the street to the established grade. In terms of overall building depth, our dwelling is in keeping with the neighborhood as well. Our proposed dwelling is actually shortening length by about a meter compared to the neighbor's dwelling on the east side. If we take into consideration the projections in the front and back, and they actually submitted a support letter with a condition requesting us to build a privacy fence of 6 feet on the east side of our deck, which we have absolutely no problem with their request and the condition. And also, we had a chance to talk to other neighbors in the area, and we were able to get 6 other support letters from our neighbors, number 374, 345, 355, 350, and 351A. You have the copy of the support letters. And in terms of forestry and trees on site, I have to mention that we worked with an arborist early in the process to make sure we are not causing any severe damage or removal of any trees as a result of our development. And there are no other objections from transportation and engineering.
Okay, we'll be back to you. We have a number of speakers here. Robin Buckman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Robin Buckman, and I'm 360 DELORAINE Avenue.
Okay, and tell us what's your concern about this application.
So the one thing that was previously mentioned I'd like to address. I have a concern regarding variance number 1, which I would like to, variance number 6, which I would like to address. Yes, I have been in conversation with the neighbor, and he has agreed to the erection of a 6-foot privacy fence to be installed on the east side of the deck. And I would like that to be noted in order for me to support this variance.
So you're supporting, what's your concern? Do you have any concern about this application?
Well, I do. So besides the privacy fence, which needs to be noted based on the deck size and closeness to my home, I also have a concern after reading the staff report and in consultation with professionals. I do have a concern as I had a conversation with a neighbor, and he mentioned to me that they are erecting a pool, which is not mentioned anywhere. And again, I'm concerned about drainage and possible flooding, and I'd like that to be answered.
Okay. Any question for the speaker? Okay, so we'll be back to the applicant and see what they have to say. In the meantime, we have Barbara Ferlet. Are you there? Barbara Ferlet?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Could you please state your name and address so it can be registered?
Okay, it's Barbara Ferlat. I live at 358 DELORAINE Avenue.
Thank you. Tell us what's your concern.
So my concern is the rainwater runoff. I'm happy to hear they're going to reduce the green space or increase the amount of green, because with the reduced soft surfaces of this big house, you need somewhere to absorb the rainwater. So I'm requesting that the sump pump and the downspouts are directed onto their property so it does not run downhill onto my property 2 doors away and the property next to me. I've already had a basement flood due to previous building, so that's my concern.
That's your
And
concern.
then,
Okay.
yeah, and then if they have a pool, then where's the water going to go if the backyard's full of a pool? There's no softscape to that. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we don't deal with the runoff and waters here, because it doesn't mean that we don't care about it, except it's not our terms of reference. That they have to deal they have to deal with it at the time of the permit. The construction department, the permit and construction department will deal with that. They will deal with it. So it's not our. If they didn't have the variances here, they wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be here, and we don't have to look at any water. So let's see what the members have to say. Any question for the speaker? Okay, so let's get back here. Babak Hassemi.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So, in response to the neighbors' concern, they raised a very valid and fair concerns with our neighbor at 360. The issue was discussed already, and we agree to their condition of building a 6-foot high privacy fence on the east side of our proposed deck. And in regards to the other neighbor's concern at 358, that's a very fair concern. We're going to be working with surveyors to design a grading plan for this dwelling and make sure the waters waters are going to be drained onto our own property and not to the neighbors' properties. We have no issue with that.
Okay, members, any question first? If there is no questions, then do you have a motion for this here? Yeah, Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess in listening to the applicant, I just didn't hear a persuasive argument that that would have me go against the planning staff recommendation that this application be refused. I'm going to put forward a motion to refuse it.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Hunt, all in favor? Mr. Kidd, is your application. Okay, so thank you. Sir, the application is unanimously refused.
Sure.
Okay, so the next one is 29. That's the one. Gone. We're in 32, right? Okay. Application number 32, which is 280 Hillcrest Avenue. And here we have here Peter Higgins. Are you there?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Please.
How are you today? Thank you for having me.
Yeah, could you please tell us what this application is all about? I know this was the a revised TLAB previous decision. We have 3 variances here, and staff report as a condition just to build per elevation drawing. So, per west elevation drawing. So please make your presentation. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you. The building has been constructed, and the rear terrace was also constructed. The builder at the time, who is long gone, unfortunately, recommended to the client that they increase the size of their rear deck or terrace, as it turns out. And my clients acquiesced to that, and so that creates a longer length and depth, as well as an increase to the floor space index, or the coverage. Excuse me, the coverage. Sorry, I've been waiting so long. I'm kind of flummoxed here. Needless to say, my client has gone to all of the neighbors immediately adjacent and to the rear. It's interesting to note that the one neighbor to the left-hand side, which would be the west side, was the neighbor who forced the TLAB situation in the first place, and that neighbor has no problem at all with this extra length and coverage. And what it's because this is a multi-generational family, where we've included an extra bedroom and an elevator for elderly parents, they thought it would be nice to be able to utilize this larger terrace area. It was always going to be excavated, but just storage, and so they ended up with extra length, and so they would like to put in a laundry for the grandparents, as well as a sort of a spa area. Now, I think the reason why the neighbors, and particularly the neighbor who opposed the application in the first place, before the house was built and before the TLAB decision, that there are no windows that show, there is no, they've lived with this. I think the neighbors didn't even realize there was an overage, and as a result, the neighbors said, well, it's existing and it looks fine to us. And we're asking that you approve what's been built, and in the hopes that there is no issue here, because it would be a hardship on my clients, because they do need the extra space for the grandparents to take care of them.
That's it? Okay.
I'd say that's it.
Okay.
There's been no one speaking out from the counselor's office, and no neighbors. And I understand the staff report, and there's not a problem with that. So I would hope that you can approve it. Is there a way to bring up the just before my time runs out, the side elevations, side facades? I think you have to. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so that's, if you blow up this one here, the first one, it shows, actually go to the other side elevation, it shows up better if you don't mind. So it's the area that is to the right-hand side that is approximately 1 meter above grade, and the space below, as I said, has no windows and no reference to being occupiable or livable space. And yet, of course, because it is planned to be livable, it does create the length overage as well as the coverage overage.
Okay.
Thank you. You might go to the rear elevation, please. Right there. So if we can just blow that up. They haven't built the stairs that are coming down from the terrace. I'm not quite sure why not, but they've put in a railing with no stairs. I know they've got little children, so that's likely why at this point. But again, there are no windows showing here for the terrace, which is to the left half of this rear facade.
Are you finished, Mr. Higgins?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unless you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for this speaker? If not, can I have a motion? There is no other speaker here. There is a condition of the staff to develop per west elevation drawing. And if there is no question, can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Manning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with the 3 variances, subject to the provision of planning, which is to ensure that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the west elevation drawing, attaches it as attachment 1 to this report, with no other conditions.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Kitts seconding. All in favor? Opposed? 2 opposing. Okay. All right. So I'll have to make a decision. I have to agree with the motion here. I don't see. I know the coverage is really high. 32 to 36, but that's the only thing I can see. But I go along with the application, subject to developer west elevation drawings, and that is the motion, and I support it. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to the staff condition to build per west elevation drawing.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
To all of you.
Okay, 33, application number 33, which is 63 HEMFORD Crescent, application 33, and this we have Parisa Amiri. Are you there? Parisa Amiri?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you please state your name and address?
This is Parisa Amiri. I'm the architect on the file, and my address is 50 Woodville Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, just a second. We have here is a new dwelling, 3 variances minor. We have nothing else here. Members, do we need a presentation? No. Okay, we don't need any presentation. Did you want to add something, or we just move on to the decision?
No, if there is any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you. So, can I have a motion there, please? Unless you have some questions. It's 3 variances. No, yeah, Mr. Kitts, did you have your hands up, or are you just flashing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel the requested variances are minor in nature. They meet the 4 tests. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, seconding. All in favor? Thank you. Your application is approved and there is no conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Application 35, I guess. $35. 107 Donlea Drive, application 35. And here we have Andrew Sun. Are you there?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm here.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Andrew Sun. I'm from Atelier Sun, located at 188 Strong Avenue, 2nd floor in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. We have here It's a new dwelling, 10 variances. There is a forestry condition, 3 letters of objection, and 5 letters of support. And we have here couple speakers to talk to this application. So take your 5 minutes, please. Make your presentation, and then we'll call the other speakers.
Okay. Before I start the presentation, I would like to make amendment to the public notice.
Okay.
If I may.
Okay, please.
Yes. We would like to remove variances number 4.
Okay. That's it.
And then we would like to amendment variances number 5 from 8.14 to 7.86.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, so please go ahead and make your presentation, and we'll go from there.
Great. May I go to the set plan, please? There is a supporting material in the late folder, but yeah, let's go to set plan first, and then we'll go to the supporting material. Sorry. So we're here propose a 2-story building, and then with a setback 0.9 meters on both sides. At the same time, we're asking for a building length 17.58. At this, also with a little bit 10% increase on the FSI. Based on our study, if we can go to the supporting material in the late submission folder. Yeah, page 14. Sorry. We did a study based on the proposed proposals around the neighborhood. There's around 30 proposals, quite similar to what we're asking. And then the highlighted in red are the main building, are the main wall height. We are relatively within the neighborhood character, which is like 7.5 to 8 meters. At the same time, I would like to point out all the proposals has asking for additional building height around 8.8 to 9 meters. And we are looking for a modern building, which the actual building height will be the main wall height as well. So we are, in terms of the massing, we are asking for a relatively small massing compared to the proposals around the neighborhood. At the same time, the numbers highlighted in blue are the additional building height has been proposed and approved around the neighborhood as well. Just showcase that the building length we're asking, it's really as a minor variances. And then could you roll down to the next page? Here are a few, and the next page again, I just want to quickly roll down to those 3D images that we captured from Google, and then to showcase that our proposal, it really fits in the development of the neighborhood, and then therefore we believe the proposal here meets the 4 tests, and then the variances are minor, and then we're here to ask approval from the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have here Yang Ding. Are you there?
Hi.
Okay, could you please state your
Hello.
name? Hi, could you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, it's Yang Ding, 109 Donlea, so east side neighbor of the applicant.
Okay, tell us what's your concern.
Okay, good evening. My husband and I just have strong concerns relating to 2 specific variances and ask that the applicant respect the existing bylaw. First concern that we had is really around variance 8, which is the east side yard setback. The proposal is 0.9. So in accordance to the bylaw 10/20/40/74, the required setback may be reduced by a maximum of 0.3 from 1.2 if the other side is increased by the decreased amount. So given the applicant received a letter of support from its west side neighbor, the actual side yard setback to my home should actually, in technicality, be 1.5. In the current plan, what they're asking for is a 0.6 reduction to an existing bylaw, which I don't believe this will meet the definition of a minor variance. For context, this house is situated in North Leaside, which is a very small pocket of detached homes. The streetscape varies significantly while all maintaining character of the neighborhood. Specifically, in addition to my house, 105, 103, and 115 Donlea were all recent. I understand the applicant claims what is being put forward is not out of the norm, as with the picture that was previously demonstrated, but most of those are a much wider lot and on a different part of the street. So I wholeheartedly disagree. This is really the norm on our street, in our immediate street. The homes and the approving conditions of each home are very, very unique. Most of the examples provided do not have neighbors with 3 full-size windows that we have, 2 on the first floor and 1 on the second. This instance is unique. The west side neighbor supporting this variance would not care since they don't have windows to be concerned about. Our full-size windows with unobstructed sunlight that will be impacted by this build. We do recognize that the applicant is entitled to build upwards. We ask they minimize our loss of natural light to a degree reasonable by respecting the bylaw in force and leaving the necessary space for the light to shine through. Furthermore, we noted the applicant's plan that they do also intend to build new windows. Having that lawful setback would be beneficial for both sides with respect to sunlight and privacy. Included in the applicant's revised late submission a day ago, something I would also like to highlight. My husband and I bought the property post redevelopment. Our previous owner submitted a minor variance review and included were side yard setback variances, similar to this one, except they asked for 1 meter instead of 1.2 on each side. That application was denied on the basis that these are not minor variances. Given that we are direct neighbors to 107 Donlea, we kindly ask the committee to object as well based on historical precedents set. Second concern we have is regarding the variance 6, which applicant is requiring for an extension past maximum length. The proposed building length will extend past the back of all recent rebuilds on the street, 103, 105, 109, and 115. In combination with the height of the building and the reduced side yard setback variance, it will severely impact our western sun exposure, resulting in a broader shadow being casted over our property. We are new parents, and we are also new homeowners. This will hinder our enjoyment of our dining area and our walkout basement. We wish to minimize the reduction of sunlight in our yard. We would ask the committee to object to this deviation as it really is unnecessary, given that all the redevelopments in the recent history were able to do without. Thank you for your time.
That's it? Okay, any question?
Yes, thank
any
you.
question for this speaker? Okay, we have one more speaker, Craig and or Julia Wagner.
Mr. Chair, I've been advised that Craig and Julia will no longer be speaking.
No longer longer required. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Andrew San, can you come back, please?
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah. Could you please address those concerns? Respond, please, to the opposing party there.
Yes, 100%. Can we go to the supporting material again, page 24? Yeah, this 2 page down, actually. This is the initial proposal that we're actually trying to do a sort of build the new DeWal relatively close to the original footprint of the building, which is only 0.46 meters away from the property line adjacent to our neighbor 109. And then after speaking with the planning department, we actually offset it back to 0.9 meters. We are improving the current condition already. Instead of actually just do a addition, second floor, and extension to the back to the existing structure, we actually choose to set back a little bit more to build a new DELORAINE unit. At the same time, if we could, I know the adjacent neighbor has some concerns about the shadow. If we can move up 2 pages to the page 22, this is the study we actually made, considering basically the image, the Google image. You can see the 2 stories on the left-hand side is the unit 109, and then the 105 Donlea Drive is currently under condition. We just picked all the dimensions from the public information, and then this is really showcased our building. It's really considerably, it's the smallest mass from the streetscape. At the same time, if I can go to the second page, next page, we did a shadow study, which we actually sent it to our neighbor that to showcase. This is the summer. Sorry. Sorry, I really should flatten the file. Probably that's the reason. If you can look at the summer at 5 p.m., the shadow that casting actually in the middle, it's the shallowest, just because of the height reduction that we did to the 7.86 meters. And then at the same time, wintertime 2:30, if those 3 buildings are casting the shadow at the same time, our building, just because of the design, our building is actually the lowest, cast the least shadow to the neighborhood. And then at the same time, if we can go back to page 14, I just would like to mention again, as I kind of previously sort of showcased that those 30 proposals around the neighborhood, the setbacks are relatively at 0.9 meters. Sometimes if it's even closer to 0.6 meters due to some existing conditions. At the same time, our neighbor 115 Donlea Drive and 130 Donlea Drive, and at the same time 16 Donlea Drive, they are asking variances that is a little bit over 17 meters. So by asking only 2 feet over the 17 meters, considering the building height, that and the shadow study, we think the variances we're presenting today is minor, and then shouldn't sort of cost too much concern and trouble to our adjacent neighbor and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions? No? Can I have a motion then? Anyone for a motion? Mr. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having listened to the explanation provided by the agent, I am persuaded that this application as revised is an appropriate proposal for development of this property. I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application with a revision that variance number 4 is to be deleted, and variance number 5 is to be revised to read the proposed height is changed from 8.14 meters to 7.86 meters and subject to forestry condition.
Okay. Second? Ms. Tatarodi seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Ms. Manning, no oppose and no for. Are you abstaining or what? Eh? What's that?
We'll mark her as abstaining.
No.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't see her. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, sir, your application is approved. Subject to the changes you made, remove number 4, and number 5 is 8.14, change to 7.86, and forestry, condition to forestry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee members.
Okay. Application number 39, which is 204 Cameron Avenue. And here we have 39. Allison Price.
Good evening.
Yeah, could you please, Addison, please say your name and address, please.
Addison Milne Price of Design Plan Services, 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Okay, so we have here is a new dwelling, 11 variances, transportation report, no objection, recommendations only, and 2 letters of objections. Report, staff report says eliminate. Yeah. Now you discussed with the staff to make some changes. Could you please state the changes you make, the variance number, and what you change it to, so we can make our decision?
Yes, absolutely. To begin with, variance number 2, the proposed side yard soft landscaping, has been eliminated.
Okay.
Variance number 4, the proposed lot coverage, has been amended from 34.1% to 31.9%.
Okay. Number 9.
Variance. Variance.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Variance 7, the proposed building length, has been revised from 19.18 meters to 17.93 meters.
Okay.
Variance number 8, the proposed front yard setback, has been eliminated. Variance number 9, the proposed east yard setback, has been amended from 0.9 meters to 1.05 meters.
Good. Okay. That's a better than they requested, huh? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. And that's it. So please make your presentation, short presentation. I don't think we have anybody else here, but because there's changes, so the members will know what's going on. So please make a short presentation and we'll move on.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now, regarding variance 1, which pertains to the side porch on the west side of the building, an encroachment of 1.57 meters is sought, whereas 1.5 meters is permitted. The difference of 7 centimeters will be practically imperceptible from an encroachment that is permitted as of right. Now, with regard to variance 3, which pertains to the proposed vehicle access is currently from Rading Road. However, the proposed access is from Cameron Ave. As stated in the Transportation Services report, both Rading Road and Cameron Ave are local roads and are not considered major streets. As such, transportation staff has indicated that they have no concerns with this particular variance. Note that 203 Cameron Ave, the property across the street, was approved for this exact variance in 2018, and therefore this variance would result in a more consistent vehicle access both along Rading Road and Cameron Ave. Now, variance 4 pertains to the maximum lot coverage. The amended proposed lot coverage is 31.9%. This represents an additional 9.71 square meters of additional massing from what is permitted as of right. This lot coverage will be in keeping with the existing physical character along Cameron Ave and the broader neighborhood, as evidenced by several approvals for similar lot coverage, which I can refer to if requested. Now, variance 5 pertains to the maximum height. 8.19 meters is sought, whereas 7.2 meters is permitted as of right. The proposed dwelling will present as a two-story dwelling with a basement garage, which is a common dwelling type along Cameron Ave. While the proposed dwelling is a flat roof dwelling, a slope roof dwelling would be permitted at a height of 10 meters, and with an exterior main wall height of 7.5. Furthermore, along Cameron Ave, there have been several approvals for exterior main wall heights similar or greater than the overall height of the proposed dwelling, including 220 Cameron Ave with a main wall height of 8.26 meters, 192 Cameron Ave approved with a main wall height of 8.44 meters, 176 Cameron Ave approved with a main wall height of 8.81 meters, and 113 Cameron Ave approved with a main wall height of 8.42 meters. Therefore, the massing of this dwelling with respect to the height will be in keeping with the existing physical character along Cameron Ave. Now, variance 6 pertains to the first floor above established grade. 1.47 meters is sought, whereas 1.2 meters permitted, which represents a difference of 27 centimeters. Note that the former North York bylaw 7625 required a first floor above established grade of 1.5 meters. Therefore, while there appears to be many examples of similar first floor heights within this neighborhood and along Cameron Ave, these buildings would not have required a variance, and therefore there are limited public records that I can refer to. However, I would note that based on a site visit, it is consistent with the physical character. With regard to variance 7, which pertains to the maximum building length, I'll note that the building length is only 0.93 meters above what is permitted as of right, and is also compliant with the rear yard setback requirement by a significant margin. Variance 9 pertains to the east side yard setback. The proposed side yard setback is 1.05, whereas 1.2 meters is permitted as of right. This will improve the existing eastern setback of 0.32 meters significantly. And I'll also note that as this is a corner lot, there would be no issues of access from the front of the property to the rear, regardless of the east yard setback. Now, with regard to the final two variances, I'll point out that they're both technical in nature and are only applicable due to outstanding appeal to the current citywide bylaw. I'll defer to the justification provided for the corresponding variances earlier. And that fulfills my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any question for this gentleman? No? Then can I have a motion? And keep in mind the changes that have been just made. Mr. Kitt, you had your hands up. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yes, Mr. Kitt.
That's Mr. Hunt, I think, who wants to make the motion.
Oh, Mr. Hunt, I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Hunt. Okay, I don't see.
That's okay.
I don't see Mr. Kitt. He's disappeared. Okay, Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
All right. Could I just clarify on variance 9, it's a change from 0.9 to 1.05?
Yes. That's what's
okay. All right.
That's what's
then all right. Based on the presentation from the applicant's agent, I would recommend approval of this document subject to, and would you like me to read all of the changes?
Well, I think for the records we should, yes.
Okay. Variance 2 has been eliminated. Variance 4, which deals with maximum lot coverage, has been reduced from 34.1% to 31.9%. Variance 7, which deals with minimum required front lot frontage, or rather the building length. The proposed building length is 19.18, and it's been reduced to 17.93 meters. Variance 8 has been eliminated with respect to the minimum front yard setback. And variance 9, which deals with minimum side yard setback, has been increased from 0.9 meters to 1.05 meters.
Thank you. Yeah. And
it would also be subject to urban forestry and the requirements by transportation, who had no objection but had some conditions that were outlined in their letter.
Recommendations. Yeah. Yeah. What you say about transportation? It said no objection, just recommendations only. So you're okay with that?
Right.
Okay. So subject to transportation. Miss Atarodi, you're seconding that? Are you seconding?
Yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. And all in favor? Opposed? Okay. So we have this. This, by the way, is not us. They're doing some construction here. Did you hear it? Okay, sir. Jesus. Can we tell them to stop? Okay. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to those changes that you made and subject to forestry. Do you hear us? Yes?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, by the way, you made a very good presentation.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Was very clear, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think so. Well, Okay, application number 40, which is 349 Brooke Avenue. And here we have Alexander Markovich. Are you there? Alexander Markovich.
Yes,
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us?
Alexander Markovich, 1 Valley-Woods Road, Unit 99, North York.
Thank you. We have here a swimming pool and gazebo, and you're asking for one variance, which is the coverage from 30 to 37. And what I understand is the committee approved earlier 33.12. So
Yes.
could you please speak to that before we make our decision?
Very shortly, from the rear part of the property line of 349 Brooke Avenue, it's located a house, two-story dwelling of number 2 toward facing the Caribbean Street. Rear part of the house, it's just distance from the property line about 1.54 meters. And whole idea about putting a gazebo is basically to make some kind of buffer, protect privacy for the lot of 349 Brooke Avenue, and also from other side. That's basically the whole part of what we are trying to achieve that. And that's the just cover area, uninhabitable. That means nobody can live there. It's just about these summer months, that people can use it in front of the swimming pool.
That's it? Okay.
Yes, only if I can add the rear part, a house behind the property line, it's basically much wider than whole property of 349 Brooke Avenue. And we try to make some kind of privacy for this 349 Brooke Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Members, question? Or if there's no questions, can I have a motion? Okay, Mr. Kidd. Now is Mr. Kidd.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I feel the requested variance is minor in nature. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
There's no conditions. Thank you. Second, Mr. Hunt. Now is the real Mr. Hunt. All in favor? Opposed? We have opposing. Could you tell me what's Natasha? She doesn't have. Yeah. So okay. So we have 2 against 1. So I don't have to make a decision. So, sir, your application is approved and there is no conditions. Oh, she's back. Okay, excuse me. Natasha, we have 2 people vote for it and 1 is against. That's for application number 40. Are you for or against? 4? You're for it, yeah? Thank you. Okay. So it's unanimous. She said she's for it. Okay, so we had just 1. Okay, so we have 3, 4, and Ms. Satarode is opposing. And sir, your application is approved and there is no conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 41, which is NORTHEY Drive, application number 41 and 60 NORTHEY Drive. And here we have Ahmed El-Karanshawi. Are you there?
From 75 Bold Street.
Thank you.
And I'm the agent.
Thank you. You're one step ahead of me. Thank you. Okay, so here we have rear three story addition, 2 minor variances, nothing else. Members, do we need a presentation here? No? Okay, sir, we don't need any presentation. Do you want to make some more comments, or will we just move to the decision?
It's a small comment. It's actually the variance we have. It's we have a semi-detached, so we'd love to match it with our neighbor on the other side. So those are the 2 variants. It's regarding the nature we have. That's it.
Thank you. Members, can I have a motion if there is no question? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We're dealing with 2 variants, and it's very minor in nature. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no other condition.
Thank you. Second?
Thank you.
I have 2 seconds. Okay, Mr. Kate or Mr. Kate, yes, thank you. All in favor? Okay, thank you, unanimous. Okay, sir, your application is unanimously approved and there is no condition.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. 43. No, it's 41, huh? No, just a second. Yeah, 41.
42, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, 41, just finished it. Okay, application number 42, which is 35 Frontenac Avenue. And here we have...
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, gee.
Hi, Richie. I'm sorry?
Hold a second, please. 42. Is that Richard Idels?
Speaking. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so can you please state your name and address?
My name is Richard Idels, OAA. I'm the applicant, and my address is 80 North Meadow Crescent in Thornhill 1.
Thank you. So we have here is a few additions. This was deferred in October, and we have 8 variances now and 10 letters of support. Could you please make a short presentation?
I will. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, the family, it's a young and growing family whose extended family, parents and siblings have been in this neighborhood for many years. They are well respected, and they are the family in this particular house is outgrowing their house, and they don't want to move. And so we try to make the addition as as easy and non-intrusive to the neighborhood as possible. And I would like to speak about the coverage. The coverage is mostly taken by a 1-story rear addition, and that coverage is really only about 17. It's 17% bigger than the rest of the house. It's a room that is basically a family room, and really one of its main reasons is religious reasons. There's a holiday once a year that takes about a week and a half, and it will be used throughout the year as a family room and a sunroom. It will, by the way, replace a wood deck. So even though we are asking for length and coverage because of it, we feel it's very minor, and the deck is not really going to take away exterior play area. It's a matter because the deck won't be there anymore, and also the kids will be playing inside this area. There's a very small addition that really, it's a mudroom on the ground floor. It's only a few square meters, and it goes all the way up but it fills in a corner. So the impact, again, on the ground would hardly be noticed by anybody, I think. The height also, because the house is an older house and not very well laid out in terms of bedrooms, they need and to, like I said, stay in the neighborhood and be around their family and friends was to go up. So we tried to minimize that as well. It is an attic, but it's only 0.68 meters higher than the bylaw allows. And in terms of actual height, it's only 5.5 feet or 1.7 meters higher than the existing roof. So it's almost as if you're taking the existing roof and making it a little bit higher and popping some windows in it. So again, we don't believe that there is going to be any negative impact on the community. And so therefore the massing and the built form is going to should stay essentially the same. We're not changing the exterior materials or windows. It will look exactly like it's always looked in the last number of years. Is there any questions from the committee?
Thank you. Okay, 42. I don't think we have anybody else here for registered to speak. No, you're the only one. Any questions for this speaker? Can you get rid of that thing, please? Okay. Any question? If not, can I have Miss Tarodi? Is that a question?
Yes, just an explanation regarding variance number 2, number of stories.
I just want to point out there are on that street 4 houses that the committee has approved 4 stories on the same street, and 2 of them actually I was the architect for, and all 4 houses are built and finished and well received, and they're all built in the same manner where it doesn't look like none of them look like 3 stories because they're basically built into the roof, and they all, like our house, fill a very real need in growing families. So that's what I have to say.
Any other questions?
I could tell you the addresses of those houses actually.
No, that's okay.
They're all on.
No. Let's see what the questions are. Any other question? Okay. If no more questions, can I have a motion then? Okay, Mr. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that there's no negative comments from planning staff or any of the adjoining neighbors, I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application.
Okay, and there is no conditions here, huh? No, nothing.
Without conditions.
No, thank you. And second? You have a second? Ms. Satarodi seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Oh no, all in favor, yeah? Okay, unanimous. Okay, sir, your application is unanimously approved and there is no condition.
Very, very appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Application 43, which is 2742 Bathurst Street. Application 43 here in Richard Idell. Is that the same one?
Same one.
Same one. Okay. So please go ahead, and we have some more speakers. So make your presentation, and then we'll come back after we hear them.
Okay, I just want to point out this is it's in my opinion it's really more technical than anything. They're not adding or really building anything. They just needed to legalize existing space for needed preschool, especially during the pandemic, which was needed. So they took space that was not needed for other classrooms, and in order to satisfy the ministry, we had to, of course, get a permit and go. So they did have a parking study, by the way, a few years ago, for almost the same, for something minor, don't remember, but they asked and we thought that would be enough. We had another one, so it's another recent study, very reputable firm, and I think everyone has hopefully read the report that they feel that there is plenty of parking spaces, and the parking spaces that are lacking will not affect anything. The school has been in the neighborhood for decades. It's one of the what's the word for it? A landmark Jewish schools in the community, and always been stood up for community, everything. And so it's their intentions are only good, and there's been no complaints by the neighbors, and we feel it's very minor. And thank
So
you.
did you address the question of transportation, who was asking us to defer, they're recommending to defer the application?
But what we had done exactly what they had asked, and we had submitted. I think that they never saw. We submitted it to planning. There's a whole history of when we submitted it back in October. The new exactly what they asked for. I think for some reason they didn't see it. But I thought during the course of today that they had seen it and they had given their blessings to it. Am I wrong?
Well, as far as I have there, the last records I have here, the transportation is recommending to defer it. So we'll see what. Let's hear the other speaker first, and then we'll come back to you. Okay. So we have here Amir Cole. Are you there? Amir Cole. Is he online?
Oh. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you please state your name and address for us?
Of course, Amir Cole, 80 Gilmore Crescent in Thornhill.
Thank you. Thornhill, yeah, 80, okay. It said here 872 Shepherd Avenue. What's that?
Oh, that is an old address, I guess.
Oh, okay.
That's where I used to live before this current one.
Okay, so please tell us what's your concern about this application.
So I'm the Director of Facilities and Technology for Eitz Chaim Schools, and I just want to confirm everything Mr. Adel said. It's more of a technical or terminology change than a practical one. We're not talking about changing any classrooms. We already have a JK and an SK there. All we're talking about doing is enfolding them in a ministry designation. So we're not adding students. If anything, you could argue we're reducing the potential number of students because ministry classes have set limits of students per area, whereas we can now put even more students than that in a room. We're just trying to change the designation so it can be utilized as ministry licensed rooms, so we can provide our parents with lower cost childcare via the CWELC program. The draft report, which we did as per Transportation Department's request and submitted more than a month ago, does show that there's sufficient space. And we were in touch yesterday and today with Transportation to understand why they didn't read or didn't analyze our report. But in terms of the rest of our ministry application, it's been approved by the Ministry of Health and the Department of Health and the Fire Department for fire code reasons. So really, I don't think there's any reason that this should be pushed off again or any reason not to move forward with this.
So you're here in support of the application?
Great.
Yeah, but he didn't say it. He didn't say it. He didn't.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, now that's fine. My record didn't show that you're the owner. Okay, any question for this speaker? All right, so Mr. Richard Idell, could you come back and usually you come to respond, but here you're on the same wavelength. So
I think the hiccup here seems to be the parking study that we did that stated the document is dated from this company October 13th. It's an 8-page report. They thoroughly went through the needs of, and they were there and they saw cars come and go. It's a very professionally done report. And the last a short sentence says, in our opinion, the existing and proposed operation of Eitz Chaim School, and the Torah Semis Jewish Center can function with the reduced parking proposed in minor variance, application number, etc. So they did a complete study and found no lacking.
Okay,
a little bit shocking that for some reason the Transportation Committee, it was just a fault on their, they just overlooked it. We did exactly what they asked for. And the last thing I want to say is that the school is in need to really use this classroom, to get these kids in legally. And we had made application, and there was a request to do this, and we did defer. We deferred, I don't know, at least a couple months or more. So it would be, I think, we would hope that the committee would not have them defer again. We believe it's very minor. We did everything we were told, and we hope it's technical in nature. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We just have to deal with this deferral request. I understand it was deferred in September, I guess, September 8th. So let's see the members. Do you have any other question? No question? Can I have a motion then? Okay, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to the applicant, and I have reviewed the parking study that was done as recently as October 13th, 22, where they concluded that the proposed 92 parking spaces would be sufficient under virtually any circumstances. So I am going to move approval of this.
Okay, and there is no conditions, right? And the second, do you have a second then? Can I have a second, please? Mr. Kate is seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. She has hard time. Well, that's it. That's what I'm trying that's what I'm trying to establish. If she is opposing, then we can. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. Yeah. She dropped off completely. Yeah, I think her. Oh, okay. All right. So we have here Mr. Mr. Kate is here for it. No, Mr. Hunt and Nazila here for it,
Mr.
right?
Kidd.
So we have two, and opposing, Mr. Oh no, you're.
I was supporting that motion.
Okay, so you
Mr.
are
Chair.
opposing, and Nazila is opposing, right? Okay, so we have two for it, and Ms. Tarodi is opposing. Okay, sir, your application is approved, and that's it. So I guess in this case we're just ignoring the transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Oh, boy.
I hear that. Okay, application number 44, which is 209 Newton Drive. And here we have Sia Zanjani. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Can you please state your name and address?
Yes. My name is Sia Zanjani from 15 Allstate Parkway, Markham, and I'm the architect and the agent on behalf of the owner of 209 Newton Drive.
Okay, we have here new dwelling, 8 variances. TRCA has no objection. Transportation report has only recommendations only. Forestry has a condition 1 and 2, and there are 4 letters of support. Members, do we need a presentation here? No? Okay. Okay, sir, we don't need a presentation. Do you want to make any comments before we move to this decision? Or you're okay?
It seems fairly straightforward. We've seen the transportation comments regarding the curb cut, which are generic comments, and I don't have anything to add as a show of respect to committee's time. If there's questions, I'm here to answer, but I don't have nothing further to add.
That's fine. Okay. Any question? If there's no questions, can I have a motion there, please? Ms. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I need explanation regarding variance number 3, the height of side exterior main wall which is proposed is 9.15 meter versus 7.5. So I appreciate some explanation.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that variance, the 9.15 is actually measured to the top of, I don't know if we can have any of the side elevations on. That would help, but it's not crucial. So the 9.15 is measured to the top of the window dormers, if you can call it that. Exactly. If you can scroll down. Yeah, the side elevation there. So we have a very small window on one side, two on the other side, not that much bigger. So the 915 is measured to the top of windows. The actual height from established grade to the underside of the eaves, that's how the side wall is measured, is actually 7.997. 7.97, which is just a small deviation from the permitted 7.5.
Mhm.
I hope that clarified the question.
Yes, and I also appreciate, through you, Mr. Chair, the explanation regarding variance number 6, which is east side yard setback of 1.23 meter.
Yeah, so if you, I don't know if you've had a chance to review, this is a ravine lot, so we are restricted by a setback imposed by TRC at the back. So generally, in order to keep the size of the house, in keeping with the new developments in the area, we are restricted at the back of the house, as you can see exactly on the screen with the dotted line. So we had to slightly widen the house from the side. The 1.2 meters is the predominant type of side yard setback that you see on that street. In fact, the new developments at 203 and 205, which are two houses over from us, they have setbacks of 1.2 and even 0.9 meters, and those are actually built. And if you can refer to the site plan quickly, you can see that the existing house, our house, the existing house that's there today, it also has 1.2 meter setbacks. And in fact, on one side, we're improving it by pushing the wall back to 1.5. And exactly, so on the screen, and also our adjacent neighbors, they do also have 1.2 meter setback. So as you can see, the existing fabric of the neighborhood, whether that we're talking about the old homes or the new developments, they're 1.2, in some cases even smaller. So on the right side of the drawings, we're actually providing 1.5. Just to kind of allow a more comfortable walkway towards the back and a wider separation. So that's where that comes from.
Thank you.
Any other question? So, can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Attarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Been satisfied that this is, I have question regarding 2 variants, and now with the answer I'm satisfied, and therefore I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and subject it to urban forestry, and also subjected to the comment from transportation. The report is dated November 22nd, 2022.
Okay, to approve subject to transportation and forestry. Second,
Correct.
Mr. Hunt is seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. So your application is approved, subject to transportation and forestry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We have application number 45, which is 19 REINER Road, application number 45. And here we have Paul Guest or Mark Love. Anyone here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I have your
Committee
name,
members?
your name and address?
My name is Mark Luff,
Okay.
93 Park Drive.
Thank you. So what do we have here? We have is an ancillary structure, 5 variances. Staff report, it said they refuse variance number 3, variance number 4. Could you please make your presentation and tell us if you want to change and what variances you're changing and to what to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are asking for a second story to be built on for this auxiliary building. I'm not sure if you can pull up the address on Google Maps so I can show you the apartment building beside. Yes, thank you. So that large apartment building where the cursor just was is about a 20-story apartment building that looks into the backyard of our client. And as you can see, there's a road on the other side. The staff were concerned about privacy with the neighboring properties. We have designed the building to shade the pool from the apartment building behind. There's a swimming pool that's going to go on the front side of the cabana. There is no neighbor to the west, which is that street that you see. So there's only one neighbor at the back. We have set the cabana back about 5 feet to allow for some trees to grow. The neighbor already has trees on their property, so they will not be able to see that cabana. But we also plan on putting a couple of trees there, so just in case their trees come down, they still won't be able to see it. There are no windows on the side of the cabana that would look into that rear property line. So really, there's no privacy issues, which is the main concern of the staff review. So you can see on the top, if you bring that plan. So yeah, there's the street on the right-hand side. There's a street on the left-hand side of the property is the parking lot for that large apartment building, and then behind them is where the only neighbor is. And as you can see, we've allowed 2.75 meters to put some trees there so that there is no visible, there's no vision. You can't see from the one neighbor, won't be able to see the cabana. And as I say, there's no windows that will look into their yard regardless.
Okay. Any question? 45. Yeah, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Referring to the planning staff report, could you clarify whether or not the building, there's any intention of the building being occupied by in their words, a proposed bachelor apartment?
No, there will not be. During the process of designing the cabana and reviewing the bylaws, we found that if the new row houses or lane houses that are permitted, whether or not we would be able to get the second story, because that is permitted, but unfortunately that would not work. The purpose of the cabana is to have a little bit of office space. There's a large concern for storage, which is why we want 2 stories, so they can office upstairs, maintain a smaller footprint, and still have enough room for pool equipment. This pool, just incidentally, is going to run in the winter time, so the pool equipment does have to be inside this cabana to remain heated. The pool will run all year round, which is again a reason why they like the privacy from the apartment building, which is 20 stories high, as they're swimming all year round. There are a couple of trees that are blocking some of the view, but not all of it. But no, we would be more than happy to sign off saying that that will never be a living space. It's strictly an office upstairs with a living room downstairs and a washroom.
Okay, so
the living room is open. The living room is open, like it's not even closed in.
So you'd have no problem if we were to approve this, adding a condition that there will not be any habitable space or living quarters in the cabana.
Yes, 100%.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, I need some explanation regarding the variance number 1, the proposed lot coverage of 36.12, and if the applicant can say what is the existing lot coverage.
Sorry, what the existing lot coverage as it sits now?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me. It's simply the dwelling that you see on the survey. I believe the swimming pool is also counting towards the lot coverage, which typically is not an issue to get a variance, although I understand that that's inconsequential to this conversation, but I believe it's the house, the cabana, and the swimming pool that add up to the lot coverage. But that is exactly what you see on that survey, which is existing. And another reason why we need the 2 stories, because you just can't get enough lot coverage to put the amount of space we need for the functionality of the building. It is a pool house on the main floor, as I said, with the pool equipment and a washroom.
Number 3, yeah, okay. All right, any other question? Mr. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Were you proposing to revise your application, or I know the staff report is suggesting we refuse variance number 3 and 4.
And 4, yeah.
That speaks to the height of the building, which is, of course, directly related to the second floor, which is why we're presenting our argument that there are no neighbors that are going to be looked down on as far as the cabana is concerned, and we're not blocking any views because it's a street and an apartment building parking lot and a building further away that neighbors the cabana.
Yeah. So that
you're not revising your application.
I mean, we would really appreciate it if we could get the application approved as is. If at very least, if we could.
Thank you. That's good.
Yeah, you appreciate if we don't negotiate here. We want to see what you want to do, and then we make a decision. I mentioned originally that the staff report said refuse variance number 3 and variance number 4. So you explained the whole thing, but you did not remove it. So we'll have to make our decision.
Oh, in that case, sir, then if it's not possible to pass this way, then we can take off number 3 and 4, yes.
Okay, so that's what the staff. Okay, so Mr. Kate, number 3 and 4 are removed as per staff report. And now, if you don't have any more questions, let's make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll put forward a motion to approve the application, but on the recommendation of the staff report, refuse variance number 3 and 4.
Okay, there is no other question. There are no other conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And second? I have 2 seconds. Okay, Mr. Kate, Mr. Hunt was first. So that's 2, and all in favor? Thank you. Unanimously. Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to the number 3 and 4 removed. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Number 46, which is 243 Glencairn Avenue. Number 46. And here we have 3-story and cabana. Documentation, oh yeah, we have some documentation from previous hearing. Staff report was submitted for information only. Transportation report has the recommendations. We have forestry, 1 letter of support, and we have some letters of objection from previous July. So, could you please make, here we have Mr. Joe Hoffman, are you there?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, could you please state your name and address for us, please?
Joe Hoffman, I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm a lawyer at Goodman's LLP, and my address is 333 Bay Street, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. So please take 5 minutes presentation and tell us the merit of this application, because we have there's no more speakers here, just you. So please tell us.
Thank you, sir. Understanding I'm last on the docket, I'll try to be quick because this really is a good news story. We were last before the committee in July 2022. At that time, we asked for a deferral. As you noted, at that time, there were a few objections on the record. Since the deferral, we have spent a lot of time working with city staff, and we've made a number of revisions to the plans that have reduced the magnitude of many of the variances that are sought. And as a result of that collaborative effort, there's a city planning staff report now on the record in support of the application. There's no objection for forestry and transportation. They're proposing standard conditions, and our client is agreeable to those standard conditions. There's also a letter of support from the most immediate neighbor, the neighbor to the west at 245 Glencairen. And so while there were some letters of objection with the initial submission, I have reviewed the record and there are no further objections from anybody with respect to the revised submissions. So in my respectful submission, so this is really a great example of the applicant hearing concerns, not rushing ahead with the proposal, and taking time to work with others to come back with a high quality design and very thoughtful project that now has unanimous support from the city. So just quickly, there's 5 variances before the committee, and we've prepared a package in support of the 5 variances, and that's what's shown on the screen before you. The FSI variance, 60% is permitted. We're asking for 98.18, but I think it's very important to note to the topography of this particular site, which is unusual, and in many respects, this variance is technical because the slope of this property slopes upwards toward the rear, which means established grade at the front of the house is much lower. And as a result, bottom floor, the basement floor, is getting counted towards GFA, where in any other situation it wouldn't. And if you exclude the basement, the FSI is actually just 64%. And I think of particular note for the committee is that city staff in their report identify this issue, are supportive of the application as a result, and they also note in their city staff report that because of recent approvals by the committee, that the FSI is generally in the range of the neighborhood. So for that, and they actually, sorry, just to go on, the proposed development generally fits within the plan and existing context of the neighborhood as well. So I think that's just very important to note for the committee. Going along with the variances, building depth, we had originally proposed 27 meters. We've reduced that significantly to 20.84. And in my respectful submission, that reduction is significant, and the variance we're now seeking is very much in keeping with the neighborhood and minor in nature. The main wall height, we've reduced that as well from 10.25 to 10 meters. And again, this is a technical issue with the topography of this particular site, because if you actually reversed the slope, so if the project sloped downwards as opposed to upwards, there would actually be no main wall height required because the variance would change, because the established grade would be higher and we would actually be under the 8.5 meters. And if the committee could actually just quickly go to, because I think this visual will be helpful, page 4 of the, or 5 of the application materials in front of it. Thank you. That's 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's just an example of the slope. So you'll see that the property slopes upwards as you go towards the rear. So really, that bottom level, as I mentioned, should be counted as basement, and they're not counted towards the GFI. But because of the slope of the project, it is. And you'll see if you reverse the slope of the property, there'd be no main wall height variance needed. It's just because the established grade falls drastically because of the slope, these 2 variances are required. And then there's 2 more variances for the committee's attention. Max roof slope. This is incredibly minor in nature. If you just see at the front of the house, you'll see the slope of the top of roof. That's reflective of that variance. And then lastly, there's a variance for driveway width. This is very de minimis. 6 meters is required when what's being shown is 5.79 meters, so almost nothing. So given the hard work my client's done to revise the application, given city staff, planning staff support, given transportation and forestry have no objection, subject to those conditions which our client is agreeable to, given the letter of support, and given there's been no other objections with respect to the revised submission, we are asking the committee to approve the application as is currently proposed in the revised form.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we don't have any other speaker. Any question? No question. So can I have a motion then, please? Ms. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to urban forestry
and transportation
conditions.
transportation, they have recommendations as well. You're okay with
Okay, and then subject to transportation recommendation.
You're okay with that? Okay. So, transportation and forestry, second, please. Do you have a second? Okay. Mr. Kate is seconding. All in favor? Okay, everyone. Unanimous. Okay, sir. Your application is approved, subject to forestry and transportation. And you're
Thank you.
and yeah, and you won today. You're the last one. So we're
I don't know if I won or lost. Being last is always
we're happy you finished. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a nice day. Bye bye. Can I have a motion to terminate? Mr. Hunt, and time is yeah, 6:37, whatever. Second, Mr. Tarodi, all in favor? Mr. Kate, if you want to stay here, it's okay. Okay, so terminate. I want to thank you guys. You did very well. 46 applications and finished at 6 is not bad. Yeah. Next time they'll compensate us by putting only 25 applications. Okay. It terminates. You have the hour, huh? You have the time when it terminates.
6:40.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.